My uncle Sam, why does it always put me here? Okay, go and give Chich, baby. Go and give Chich. Go and give Chich, ma'am. I don't want to. Hi. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to remove. Okay. Hi, my people. Chichi, I said I should give it to you because I'm working right now. Tata is that side, baby. Go to that. Oh, all right. Hi, everybody. Welcome one. Welcome all. Hi, Nanhlanhla. Hi, everybody. Welcome one. Welcome all. Get up the light. I need to face the light. Hi, Osmaki. Hi, everybody. Let's tap the screen, guys, to attract everybody. Ask Chich. Where is Tata? Go and ask Chich. Hi, Vida. Hi, everybody. Okay, hi, guys. Okay, today let's talk about generational indoctrination. Boo, 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 boo. So, okay. Chichi, I think he needs water. Can you give him water? Hi, Maketsi. Okay, guys, today I want us to talk about generational indoctrination. Yes, generational indoctrination. So, I'm just going to touch on 3 things, and when you guys join, you're just going to aid on them. Yeah. So, I need us to discuss, it's going to be part of the generational indoctrination. There's going to be patriarchy, there's going to be tradition and culture, and then okay, it's generational indoctrination is patriarchy, tradition and culture, and what's the last one? Sorry, guys, today I'm highly disturbed. I don't have any help. It's just me and the kids, so it's a mess. So forgive me when I'm a bit disoriented. Okay. Patriarchy, tradition and culture, and religion. Yes, those 3 things. I'm just gonna be quick, and then I open for everybody to join as part of the panel. So, generational indoctrination, according to me, I hope I'm audible. If there's anybody who's watching, please tell me if I'm audible. But I do hope I'm audible. So, generational indoctrination, according to me, is meant to serve the next generation. I have a quote that says that life is all about brainwashing the next generation. Oh, thank you, Ausnanhlanhla. Thank you, my love. Thank you, Your Majesty. The quote says that life is all about brainwashing the next generation. And the best way to brainwash them is to brainwash them with love, right? So I don't believe that any of these indoctrinations that came about they came out of hatred, right? I feel like generational indoctrination came forth to keep humanity growing, to produce a template for humanity to walk upon, like a paved road for humanity to just follow easy peasy without having to bulldoze or start over again, right? So then they indoctrinate the next generation so that humanity keeps on following this template for structure, for system, for easy high Jose superior, for easy maneuvering, right? So let's start with patriarchy. We discussed patriarchy in one of our previous live sessions. Thank you for the likes. Thank you, Jose Asipiri. Yes, we're going to give Chich, ma'am. Go and give Chich. Give Chich. We discussed it in our past live sessions that patriarchy is the superiority or the reigning of the male species. Hi, Osmakim. Of the male species, right? It is putting the male species on a pedestal. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's putting the male species on a pedestal, bowing before them and giving them the throne of kingship and highness, right? So that's what patriarchy is, and deeming the woman species or the female species as unfit to carry out these masculine tasks, right? And it went on to an extent that leading was seen as a masculine task, yet in actual essence leading is a divine feminine task. You cannot lead if you are not tapped into your divine feminine, right? So patriarchy, I want to go back to how it began. It was initially it was created to, in fact, it was an automatic occurrence whereby the female species was trying to survive by seeking protection from the male species, because as you can view my previous lives, that we ran into this agricultural era whereby land was fought for. All right, you'd mark your territory, this is my land, through strength, that fight, right? And most women those days did not possess that kind of strength. Like females were so soft to an extent that without the male species they wouldn't survive, right? Hush guy, hi your majesty. The network is taking a shame. It's okay as long as you can hear, but then it's fine if you can't hear. You can watch it on YouTube when it's saved. It was saved on YouTube. So the male species was the one surviving. Please don't touch that. Sorry, guys. The male species was the one surviving without even trying in that era, because survival was through strength, right? Possession, demarcating land. This is my part. This is my part. Through strength. So females were forced to survive by falling under or seeking for protection from a man, right? As I said in my previous lives, that we then evolved. Females then found themselves in the system. They were like, you know what? Go and do, hi, your majesty. They were like, you know what? Mommy. Sorry, guys. As I've said today, I'm just a mess. I'm visiting my mom and I have no help. So it's just me and the kids, and I'm all over the place. I'm going crazy, but it's fine. Let's focus on this, right? So women found a voice, and they were like, hey, no, Pela. We do this and this and this. We thank you, just what? Oh, hi, thank you, HXMZX for the follow. They were like, hey guys, we tend the fields, we harvest the fields, we cook the food that we've gathered from the fields. So no, the male species needs us too. So no, 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 right? So they started finding a voice, they started finding purpose and acceptability in society. They started earning value as the female species, right? So what happened was that's when lobola, or the bride price, came about, right? The man was trying to bring or domesticate the woman, that, oh, by the way, look, I have this, come and help me tend the fields, come and help me look after the livestock, because look at me, look what I have, look what I have, I can take care of you, right? Now women were gaining value, such that men were now forced to pay for them to come and live with them. All right. So now we're at an era whereby women are now valuable. Where am I going with this? I was trying to make the point that now the men were supposed to prove themselves to earn this valuable asset. All right. So now the rules changed. Patriarchy was now a way to protect women, to provide for women, for women, to let them stay in their feminine space, right? It has changed now. It has changed from a survival technique into being protected by the male species through provision of materialistic wealth and protection from predators using their strength. So now you're being paid to be protected. Ooh, softness, softness, baby. So that's when patriarchy was now a gain for the woman, right? So everything just keeps on evolving. Things just keep on evolving, right? At first, it was for the woman to survive. Let me get underneath the man. Let me fall under the protection of a man so that I will have possession, so that I will survive. Then it evolved into men saying, come, let me protect you, come, let me help you survive. In turn, you bring your value to me and you enjoy your softness. Enjoy your softness, bring value. It was an exchange, right? And today, women don't need protection, they don't need strength, they don't need provision, because they can do that on their own, right? Which means now patriarchy, in as much as in the past it was meant to protect women and to provide for women while they remain in their softness, today women can provide for themselves. They can give themselves softness. So now patriarchy is coming off as this thing that is impeding their growth, is suffocating them, and it's just imprisoning them. They want freedom. So now they want to deconstruct patriarchy. The question is, where are we moving from here? Right? I don't know. I want us to decide today, right? I want us to decide today. So the first part is, as I've stated, that patriarchy started off as a survival technique and then developed into a protection and provision technique, and now it's an imprisoning technique. So now every time we get to a crossroads whereby we don't know which path to choose, we should sit together as a community and decide consciously as to which path we are going to choose, as to which path we are going to choose, right? Now we have two paths. Path A, we live our own separate lives, whereby women tend for themselves, they live their own lives, we never meet, we just get married for the sake of getting into shits and helping each other physically. That's it, that's just it. Or we consciously evolve into the olden day patriarchy, but with consciousness right now, consciously evolving into the olden day patriarchy. Hear me out. Whereby women are allowed to go to school and their degrees and all that, but once they get involved with a man, they are given the choice to either stay at home and mind the home, mind the kids, just cater for the emotional work, while the husband goes to work to earn them a living. And the money that is given to the husband is double. The husband earns for his degree and also earns for the wife's degree, and the wife's degree is deposited straight into the wife's account. The wife's salary is directly deposited into the wife's account. The husband's salary is deposited into his account. But the same person, one person, which is the husband, goes out there to work, earning two incomes, depending on what qualifications they have. Yes, Yod. Okay, go and tell Chichipe. Depending on the qualifications they have. If the husband has a degree and the wife has a Form 5 certificate, then the wife's account will be deposited with the Form 5 certificate's salary range, and the husband's account will be deposited in line with his own salary range, depending on their certificates. Those are the paths where we can choose as humanity. The path whereby the catapult, Your Majesty. The path whereby the wife is staying at home but earning through the husband's strength, or the path whereby everybody is going to work, and then when we come back home, it's tit for tat. You live your life, I live my life. I don't care about you, you don't care about me. Fine, we'll meet in the shits. So we have to choose. After a patriarchy, let's tackle religion. All right. Do we go for religion or do we go first with tradition and culture? Okay, let's tackle a religion. Religion came to, let me say, the Bantu people. Religion came to the Bantu people through colonization. Let's take it back. How were we colonized? If you can go to my YouTube channel, the link is in my bio, you will understand how colonization came about. It wasn't a once-off strike thing, right? It started off back in the day, way back in the day, when everybody was living in their respective places or lands. And then, hey, I don't even know how to... please stop touching that, my guy. No. Sorry, guys. I'll keep on apologizing for today. Through our stomachs. Through our stomachs? What happened through our stomachs, catapult? What happened? What happened? Okay. So, the explorers, the European people, they were trying to follow the sun, right? They were fascinated by the sun. They started understanding that, you know what, it's winter here, but we understand that the sun went that direction, right? So some comments is like, oh, sorry guys, they filtered the comments, but it's fine. So they followed the sun and it led them to the south. Was it going to discuss how the earth is shaped? So yeah. So they followed it to the south. It was winter in the northern hemisphere. So they followed the sun to the south because they were following it like, it's winter here. Where is the sun going, right? So they followed it to the south and it led them to the southern parts, which is Africa. And they discovered this civilization. Oh, there are people here. They're practicing this and this and that, right? And according to them, they're so fascinated by the way of life of the people of the South. And they're like, let's just study them. Not study them per se in that horrible manner, because people in the past were not as horrible as they are today. So they're like, let's understand their way of life. Let's understand how they do this. Wow, their land is green, is evergreen throughout the year. How do they do this? Because they felt that the Southern Hemisphere has this magic or science to keep the sun on their side, to keep their land warm. So they wanted to understand as to how does that even happen, right? So they stayed here and understood. They started studying the traditions, the culture, just the way of life. And they're like, fascinating. They went back home to tell the other people that, oh, we discovered a land where the vegetation is evergreen, right? They have mastered this craft. They have this amazing craft. Their traditions are so vast and rich, right? Come, let's go and let's check it out. Bring your notebooks, because this time around they came ready, right? Bring your notebooks, bring your instruments and all that to capture whatever they're doing, right? So they came here. No, let me not say here, because it's possible I was part of them. I don't know in which side I was back in the day, but yeah, let me not align myself. So they came to the south again. They came to the south again with instruments and ready to learn, ready to take down notes, right? So when they got here, they started taking down notes. Oh, why am I busy saying here? But then this is where I am, right? So when they got here, they started taking down notes. Oh, this is what they do. Oh, okay, okay. They started learning what we call initiation in today's age, right? They started initiating. Gosh, sitting down Samantha today with this child. Right? They started initiating, they took down notes. Oh, this is how they're doing this, how they're doing this, right? They went back home with their notes and their instruments and captured knowledge, right? Fitkaka, Your Majesty, hi. They went back home with their knowledge, with this learned knowledge, captured knowledge, and what have you. This time around, they discussed it with their leaders, right? Oh, by the way, this is what we learned, like this, like this, like this, like this, right? Now the leaders are like, you know what? That's too much information. That's too much knowledge. That's too much. That's so much rich culture. Let's go there and claim the land. That's how the first colonization came about. They came to the land of milk and honey, right? And they're like, you know what? We're claiming the land. We are taking this. This is ours, because they wanted. Thank you for the follow. They wanted to own this rich, all year long vegetation, right? Now we're taking it. It's ours. You guys don't deserve it, right? But then, because we knew these people, we're like, no, what is this thing, Pela? No, what's happening now? We welcomed you guys with both hands and warm hands, and now you're taking our land. No, no, no. What is happening now? And they're like, oh yeah, that's right. You can't. Hi, JB. Right? We can't do this. That's ruthless, right? They had to call themselves out, right? That was the first colonization. They tried and failed. And then they came back again now. They planned out this whole thing that, you know what? What we're going to do, we're going to alter this knowledge we gained from them and then give it back to them as if they did it wrong, right? Now, this is the right way. So that's how they came back. They came back. No, this is not the actual missionaries, blah, blah, blah thing. No, they were just still trying to get in there. So when they did, they were like, oh, by the way, this is the knowledge you gave us, right? However, this is the right way to do it. We sat down with our people, and this thing can actually conjoin. When it's conjoined, it's like this. This is the right way to go. And people back in the day were so smart. They were like, nah, thank you. We'll keep our culture. It's fine. It's fine like this. We'll keep our culture the way it is. They were so resilient. They didn't beg. They didn't care. They were not as desperate. Let me not say hungry. They were not as desperate as we are today. They were not so desperate to fit in with the rest of the world like we are today. They were okay being the way they were, and they were happy. They were extremely content to an extent that even if you came to bribe them, they wouldn't care, because we don't need your bribe. I mean, we are wealthy and abundant the way we are. That's how they were. So they said, no, keep it. Keep the knowledge, edit it your way, and just, yeah, take it. We're fine. We'll continue with how we were. Resilience at its highest degree, right? So they went back. That's when the Council of Nicaea came about. As they were planning to demarcate and divide the land as they understood, they also planned this religion movement, right? Go spread this religion and tell them that it's now good news, and tell them about the kingdom of heaven that is better than what they are protecting right now. Remember, as I told you, that they didn't care. They felt abundant and wealthy as it was. So why should I take your knowledge and edit mine when it's already okay? Don't fix what's not broken, right? So now when they came back to tell them that there is a kingdom of heaven elsewhere that is better than this, and if you accept this knowledge, you will then you'll be assimilated into this kingdom of heaven. It's way better than this. And if you accept the wealth of this earth, of this land you're on, you won't be accepted into the kingdom of heaven. And they were like, what? Really, where do they go when they leave this place? Where do they go? Because this is the land we know. So if they go away from here, it means they go, they really know this kingdom of heaven they're talking about. So now, mind games, right? So in as much as it came to unify the whole world, there was a hidden mandate, right, behind this book thing, right? And also we'll delve deep as to what this book is, because it wasn't necessarily written by God for the rest of the world. No, it was written by different civilizations all over the world, jotting down their cultures and their traditions so they can be passed on to the next generation. I know we'll go to tradition and culture on my third point, so that the next generation can know and understand how and thank you. How and why tradition was done in the past, right? So that's how these scripts and scrolls were written. So back in the day, people would try to fight or eliminate certain templates, just like how it's happening this day and age. Whenever I pass on esoteric knowledge, there will be people who will come for me to eliminate that knowledge, right? Even back in the day, that's how it used to happen then. They would write down these traditions and cultures which would liberate people out from their mental slavery, right? But then there would be people, the people in power would try to eliminate this knowledge. So then they hid these scrolls and tablets, whatever you call it. Some were thrown in the ocean, some were buried in caves, and some were buried underground. So that BK, hi, Your Majesty, thank you. Nice having you here. So they were hidden. These scrolls, these tablets were hidden. And the people who knew your cults, your underground cults, whatever you choose to call them, they knew where to find these scrolls, these scripts, these tablets. So they'd go underground to read them and remind each other how and where to gain knowledge, right? Read them, bury them, read them, hide them, etc., etc., etc. And then this global flooding, because the global flooding did happen, by the way, story for another day. This global flooding occurred or happened, and it wiped away these tablets and scrolls, right, and buried it to in other, guys, forgive me today, I'm a mess. They got flushed away to other, please guys, please go play the syndrome, share my bag. Ish. Wow. Gosh, what was I saying? What was the point? Oh, thank you, Majesty. Thank you, BK. I've lost my train of thought. Okay, but point is, these hit. Oh yes. Thank you, BK. Having you. Mwah, mwah. Thank you, Majesty. Yes, this I know. Flooded these esoteric scripts to certain areas of the world, right? So when these explorers, let's call them explorers, let's not call them YT people, because most of them were not YT, right? Right, they were not all YT, and 90% of them, I know right now I'm going to rub off people the wrong way. Most of them were not YT. These explorers, they were melanated. Story for another day. But then when these explorers started stealing the land. Yeah, you understand what I mean. I've said it before. When that happened, they were exploring the whole world. And while they were exploring, they discovered these tablets, these scrolls, right? And then they're like, interesting information. Then they compiled it. So I always say this: the Bible was not really a European book written for the world, written for spirituality. It was a compiled book, a compilation of esoteric knowledge from different cultural civilizations, from different civilizations. Yes, it was a compilation of cultures from different civilizations. So that when they came to you as a culture, they were like, look, see, and you're like, I resonate with it. So yeah, I accept it. And if you don't accept it, they're like, no, what, you're accepting it by force. We're unifying the world. They were spreading oneness. However, it was bastardized oneness, right? So that's how religion came about. Now, again, as I said with patriarchy, we're at a crossroads once again. We are at a crossroads once again of oneness, right? Now, we are preaching oneness once again. And you see that the people who are preaching oneness, 90% of them are not white people. It's black people who are saying, let's come together and form a strong movement of oneness, of unity, right? United we stand and divided we fall. However, remember that also the people, those people in the past who spread the Bible, they were also trying to spread oneness. And if you were not accepting it, you were forced into it brutally. What are we doing today? We're trying to spread oneness through remembering ourselves. So let us be very conscious not to resort to violence. So, again, crossroads, two roads. What we can do is we can say that, will you come with us into this oneness, into remembering of our Ubuntu consciousness? Or else we cut you off. We disown you as a black person. You're not under the black consciousness. Go away. You're not one of us, right? Because now we are using this technique of culling. If you don't resonate with black consciousness, go away. You're not part of us. Disowning. It's as painful as what they did. Just that right now the violence is mental and emotional. And the abuse is now not physical. It's mental and emotional, right? So we either choose that route of saying that you are either with us or you are cult, or consciously choosing this path. Remember, on my right, I know it's your left, but this is my right. And on my right, we're choosing the harmonious paths, right? I'll summarize it. Don't worry, if you're not there, you'll catch up. Or we choose this path whereby we say that, you know what, if you feel like you resonate with YT consciousness, I don't even know what YT consciousness is, but then to those who know, I don't know, guys. I believe in human consciousness, but that's not where we are today. So if you feel like you resonate with YT consciousness, fine and well, as long as we are speaking the same language, which is love, light, peace, and harmony, that's fine. Right? That's the path. And if you believe in a melanated or black consciousness, fine and well. Let's just meet where we meet, right? Let's focus on our agreement points. For example, I love chocolate cake. They love velvet cake. He loves vanilla cake, right? Let's stop fighting over the flavors. Let's focus on the fact that we love cake, right? So that's the path we can choose. That's the path of oneness we can choose. Let's focus on the cake. Let's not focus on the flavors. When we're talking about flavors, then fine and well, take your corner. I take my corner. They take their corner. Fine. But when we're talking about cake, let's come together and embrace our oneness and embrace the truth that we agree upon. So yeah, hi Mempuse, welcome back, Your Majesty. Right? We've summarized. We've decided the parts of patriarchy. Now we're discussing the parts of oneness or religion. Number 3, tradition and culture. Tradition and culture, as I stated, with religion, it somehow goes hand in hand with religion, but it's not truly religion. Tradition and culture is passing down your beliefs, which you feel like may help the next generation. Ashley, boom, 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 which you may feel like can help the next generation. For example, I believe that wearing a red cloth brings luck. I've tried it many times. I've worn a red cloth. Thank you, PK. I've worn a red cloth many times, and in each and every instance, I attracted, I don't know, maybe I attracted, think, 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 compliments. They say I attracted compliments, right? Every time I'm wearing this red cloth, I'm attracting compliments. What is happening, right? And then I conclude that, oh, wearing a red cloth attracts compliments. And then I tell my children that, oh, my children, if you want compliments, wear a red cloth, right? Hi, Ashley. Wenawelanga. Thank you for joining us, Your Majesty. Right? So now my children are also taking this up. And as I always say this, that belief is a powerful weapon, an extremely powerful weapon. Once you believe on something truly 100% with no doubt, then it comes to pass. It becomes a reality. We create entities. Oh my, why am I saying this? It should be a story for another day, but then let me just summarize it. We create entities, not the other way around. Entities are not just there waiting for us to, exactly, Ashim. They're not just there waiting for us to believe in them or revere them. No. The fact that you've created it in your mind, that now I'm thinking that, oh, this red cloth brings me compliments. Then you've created this thing, it becomes alive, right? So every time you feed it your belief, it grows. The more you feed it your belief and consciousness, it grows. It grows to an extent that when you pass it down to your kids, Chichi, please help Yoda. When you pass it down to your kids, tell them that if you wear this red cloth, it will bring you compliments. Now you've recruited more souls, making it more conscious. The consciousness is growing now, which means even this entity is going to grow. Cause and effect. The more you believe, the more compliments you get. And they're like, oh, mom was right. When you wear a red cloth, vele. Exactly. We collectively create egregores. That's the word. Thank you. Not, yeah. Let me pause on the deity part. Yes, thank you. So they'll be like, mom was right. And then they will have children. And children, now it's a whole community of people who believe in this egregore thing. Right? Which means this thing is now growing. Vele, it will grant you guys whatever you believe in. That's how tradition and culture came about. Once you sit, but once you sit back and you start questioning it, that let me just not wear this red cloth just for 2 days and see if compliments won't come by. And then you indeed stop wearing this red cloth. You wear a black one. Then compliments start coming by, and you're like, it's not really the red cloth. Now you're starting to question it. This egregore thing, eons, right? Because it has lost some of its feed, right? And now you're telling other people that, guys, look at me. I've worn this black cloth and I'm still getting compliments. Now you are spreading this inquisitiveness. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Majesty. Right. Oh, she's saying I look beautiful. Don't be my egregore, Ashley. Right. Okay. So now you're raising this questioning kind of mentality. People are like, "Hi, Bo. This person is wearing a red cloth. Actually, this person is wearing a black cloth, but then they're still receiving the compliments. Hi, Bo. Is it truly in the red cloth?" Now people are questioning. Now people are shying away from this red cloth thing, meaning that this egregore is losing its power, it's losing its fatness, it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And nothing gets unalived without fighting. Woo! energy wants to survive. Now you've created this thing. Now you're supposed to fit this thing with your consciousness. You're supposed to fit this thing with your belief. Yeah, born and now this thing that I'm getting unalived now. It will fight. It will attack each and every one of those that are wearing a black cloth, right? And also push those who are still wearing a red cloth into preaching it further. Right? That's how tradition is. And that's why, hey, today, why am I digging into so many can of worms? But then, back in the day, our people used to believe on things, right? Maybe okay, I don't really know. They are, let me call them deities or gods or whatever we choose to call them. I won't name them because I don't know them, but they had these different egregores they believed in. So now, when religion came and people started shying away from these things, it fought, right? That's why people went underground to practice their bungoma, their bukelas, their sanusis, and all of these things. It fought. This thing fought so hard, but then it ended up getting so thin. I don't know how to put this, but ended up getting so thin. Then religion started raining. It started raining. It rained. It rained. It rained. REIGN, not rain. It ruled. Yes, it ruled and ruled and ruled until today. And then now, because Pela, we still have a part, a tiny bit of those egregores or gods in us. Even though it's thin and tiny and slim, it's still there. 2020, during lockdown, churches and this collective consciousness towards this Yahweh egregore started. It's consciousness that gave it power. Yes, actually, I'm losing words here. But then, yes, it started losing its power because now people are not gathering to give it this consciousness, right? To give it this belief, to feed it, to feed this Yahweh consciousness. So now this Yahweh consciousness thingy got slimmer and slimmer. Now the Yahweh consciousness is this thin, and our past egregores are this thin. 2020 was the year of of these two entities. This one was like, what? You're of my size now. You who came to my people and forced them into accepting you. Look at me now. Look how thin I am. It's your fault. Yeah, now welcome. Now you're also not being fed. Now we're both thin. Yeah. Zidala zombie again now, and then they started fighting. That's why 2020 we had so many awakenings, because these people now were Zindala zombie. They were 2020 was rough. Yes. 2020, everybody was getting awakened. I myself was part of that collective awakening thing. Story for another day. So now these things started fighting, and then people were like, man, no, this Yahweh consciousness thing is foreign to me. Let me discover what isn't foreign to me. That's why there are a lot of people, still this day, there are a lot of people awakening to Ubungoma, to all of these things. Where's Shiana? Where's Mazima? So now that's why more people are going through the Bungoma route. Right. Now, tradition and culture, crossroads. I will summarize. Started patriarchy. We started with patriarchy. Then we went on to religion. Now we're talking tradition and culture. We're also at a crossroads in line with tradition and culture. Here's the crossroads. This one is saying that let's go back to our egregores. Let's go back to putting them at a pedestal, collectively feeding these things, whatever these entities they are, collectively, and go back to who we were. Or back to my right. I always say this, that my right is my stance, but then I'm giving you options because I don't want to give you my stance. I don't want to be a dictator here. Or my right-hand side. We question even these egregores of the past, because do we really need them? Do we really need deities, guys? Do we really need egregores? Do we? Or we just need to have this spiritual sovereignty whereby each and every one of us believes whatever they want to believe. If they want to go for egregores, then it's fine. And if they want to just live their lives in line with atheism, it's fine. And if they want to go, if this Yahweh guy or Yahweh deity is truly, truly helping this person cope with life, then let's let them be, right? Which path? Let's summarize. Now I'm summarizing and then I'm opening for us to discuss this further. I have discussed three generational indoctrinations. It was patriarchy, religion, tradition, and culture. Right. There was a path for patriarchy. The first path was saying that we just deconstruct patriarchy altogether and we accept that women don't need men anymore, just like where we are. Women don't need men anymore. You live your life, I live my life. I don't need you, you don't need me, but then we meet in the shits. That's if we still need each other in the shits, right? That's what we do. Or we go to my right hand side, whereby I'm saying that let's not call it patriarchy, let's call it egalitarianism, whereby the man goes to work, the woman takes care of the home, the emotional labor, the mental labor, and everything. But then there is a catch. The man goes to work, and if the wife has a degree, then the man will earn two incomes, one for his degree, one for his wife's degree. His wife's degree is directly deposited into the wife's account, and his degree or salary is directly deposited into his account. Both people earn an income, but one person is contributing the labor and the physical strength. That's my path. That's the path I really am craving for. That's why I'm on the right. I'm saying that we let women stay at home, focus on themselves, raise the feminine energy, tap into the spiritual realm, heal the world, heal the universe, heal the multiverse, just because they're tapping into themselves. Remember, a woman is a portal. They carry billions and billions of light years into this realm. So why don't we let them stay at home, focus on themselves, focus on pursuing what they want to pursue, but they earn an income, they earn a living through the man's efforts. My left side is saying that do we choose the path whereby everybody is working? I don't need you, don't need me. No time for meditating, no time for a woman going into herself, no time for a woman taking care of of the home. Mental and emotional labor just shunned to the side. We're focusing on physical labor. Everyone is focusing on physical labor. That kind of egalitarianism, or this kind of egalitarianism, whereby we're saying a woman, delve deep into your feminine energy, focus on your portals, bring forth healthy children because you have literally meditated them into the physical. But then the man is earning two incomes depending on the certificates this couple is holding. If the wife is having a Form 5 certificate, then into their account that will be deposited. The money that will be deposited into their account will be in line with their Form 5 certificate. If the wife has a PhD, then the money that will be deposited into their account will be in line with their PhD certificate. If the man has a degree and the wife has a PhD, into the man's account it will be deposited a degree salary. Into the wife's account it will be deposited a PhD salary. Let's take a break. But then both the masculine and the feminine divine energies are taken care of. Nobody is being catered for more than the other. We live in a world whereby the masculine energy is being catered for so much to an extent that we don't have time to meditate. Meditating is a liability. Children are a liability. Mental labor and emotional labor is a liability. And we say, right, Ashley, exactly, guys. But then, no, Ashley, let's not choose yet. We have to choose together when we're discussing. There's path A and then path B, in line with patriarchy. Then we spoke about religion, whereby we said that we're at a crossroads too. We are saying that, oh my, I've forgotten that yes, we are saying that everybody, if you don't follow us in line with this oneness, in line with the black consciousness oneness, we call you. You're not part of us. You don't benefit being part of the Black community. So, yeah, we go for the emotional and mental abuse. Remember, religion came to unify the world. That's the main reason religion came. It came to unify the world so that we all speak in oneness. We all speak in one belief, collective consciousness, right? It was trying to. Why am I losing words today? It was trying to propel oneness. However, it then resorted to violence. If you don't take this, if you don't accept this, we are going to beat you up. Today we're saying that if you don't accept Black consciousness or Ubuntu oneness, we are going to cull you from our society, which is what? Mental and emotional abuse. Back in the day, it was physical abuse. Now it's emotional and mental abuse. I'm saying that do we take that route? Or we take this route of saying that if you align with YT consciousness, fine and well. If you align with Black consciousness, fine and well. I even said that let's focus on the fact that we're all enjoying cake here. But then if I'm enjoying vanilla, guys, Chichi, please try to minimize the noise, okay? That's good. I can't hear myself, all right? Thank you, Chichi. What was I saying? Cake. Let's focus on the fact that we all love cake. Whether you love vanilla, this one loves chocolate, this one loves red velvet, that doesn't matter. Let's focus on the fact that it's cake. We love cake. Woo! Yay! Collective consciousness. Boo, 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 boo. But I love vanilla more. We respect that. Please go and practice your vanilla in your corner. I love chocolate. Fine, we respect that. And we appreciate the fact that you love something, but please go and practice it in your corner. I love red velvet. Oh! We respect that you love red velvet. However, please go and practice it in your corner. So do we take that route whereby we're saying that spiritual sovereignty is accepted? Truly accepted. Not the fact that we're saying that, oh, velvet, oh, chocolate, vanilla. No. We just say that, oh, no. They're just doing their thing. This is where we meet as cake lovers. I don't know if I'm making sense, but it's fine. I know that whoever is hearing me is hearing me. Then we came to tradition and culture. We say that we're also at a crossroads too. Do we go back to our past egregores, saying that let's revere them and give them our energy? Or, hi Tula, imagine. Or we say that let's question even these egregores. Let's discover truly who we are deep down without taking any egregore, without giving our energy to any entity or deity out there, without creating these external entities or deities. Let's just focus on who am I? Who am I outside of society? Who am I outside of this collective consciousness? So which one are we taking? Egregores? Whether past or current, whether Christian or African or Buddhi or whatever it is, do we take that route or we take the route of saying, no, I don't want egregores. I don't want to create deities. I just want to discover who I am, what I am, and what I'm here to do. But then those who feel like they want to create egregores and entities, we let them be. But we promote discovering who you are. Because truth be told, I know I said I'm ending this, but man, it's getting deeper. Truth be told, let me breathe. This is getting deeper. I thought I wanted to cut this off, but I'm discovering something here. Something is coming to me that most people feed these egregores or entities. I hope I'm saying it right. Egregores, right, Ashley? They feed these egregores or entities, not because they want to, but because they want a sense of community. They are afraid to discover who they are because they don't want to tap into their darkness. They don't want to transmute their darkness into light, and they don't want to transmute their lightness into the dark. They don't want to form the yin yang. They're just happy staying in the dark. In the light. They're just happy having a community. They are happy being validated by other people. Yeah, you're on the right path. You're doing right. Yes, yes, yes. They are happy uh, driving on this tarred road. They don't even know who paved this road. They don't even know why this road was paved here. They're just happy that, oh, my car will be safe here on this tarred road. Let me just travel on this road because it's already established. Why bother myself paving a road in this forest? Why should I maneuver a forest when there's already been a tarred road here? Not knowing that there is a shortcut and treasure in the forest. When you try to pave, bulldoze, cut down whatever it is in the forest and start paving your own path, as brutal as it is, as gravelly as it is, you find that there is treasure. There is treasure as you move along. You earn skills, you earn bulldozing skills, you earn paving skills, you earn leveling skills, you earn skills, how you earn how to fix a car, because your car will get unalived as it moves along this untamed road. You will learn how, guys, please go and play that side. You will learn how to figure out to change a tire. You will learn how to change your oil and all of these things because you paved your own path. And in the path, you discover raspberries. Oh, there are strawberries. There are gooseberries. There are wild berries. There are wild apples. Oh, GMO-free fruits and vegetables. You discover things while you're on this untamed path. But then people don't want to do that because they love a smooth sailing. So where they're like, you know what, in as much as it takes thousands of years to travel this path, in as much as I will go about, take turns up and down, pay for toll gates, be patient in line with traffic lights and all of these things, but I'd rather be safe. And my car won't break down. It's a safer route. This one doesn't have any toll gates. It doesn't have any traffic lights. It doesn't have any of that, but it's untamed. You have to work. You have to invest your all. And while also trying to fix your car. While also... Wow, guys, okay. Yes, exactly. People don't want that. They don't want to explore this path. This one is safer. They want the safer route. So most people build these egregores and entities. They feed them not because it's what they want, but because it's a safer path. So if we can empower people to look into themselves, to pave their own paths, and offer them support that yes, it will be hard, but we are here to fall back. We will be your cushion, we will hold you. Don't be afraid to fall. We'll be here to catch you. And don't be afraid to hlabinyanza leyo when you're in there trying to pave your path. Don't be afraid to say, "Nyanza leyo, guys, I need help." We'll be there, right? Let's just offer support. Story time. I'll just talk the story and then I open for you guys to join. I've also been part of this fear of discovering who I am, of transmuting my dark side into the light and my light side into the dark, right? So I went into this Yahweh consciousness religion, and as I was there, I was not resonating with it. Guys, good name. I was not resonating with it. But then because they were like, you know what? I was in my darkest. I was in my darkest, guys. I don't want to lie. In my hardest of days. So they were like, you know what? Come to church. We'll buy you groceries. Come to church. We'll do this and that for you, right? I still feel like I was being bribed so that I can feed my energy to this entity. And there are a lot of people like me who are victims to this thing. Because of your poverty, you are told that come by, we'll provide for you and protect you as long as you just feed our entity, right? And yeah, a lot of us really fall short. But if we can change the narrative and say that, you know what, we'll provide for you, we'll buy you groceries, we'll provide for you whatever you need as long as you discover who you are. Find your own path. Pave your route, maneuver the rocky path, the thorny path. And if you feel like you're bleeding, you're over bleeding, come back home. We'll tend to your wounds and then you will resume. Why can't we let people pick their own path? Let's offer support even though we don't know what they're doing. Let's just support them just because they're human beings trying to discover themselves. Whatever egregore they are creating, we're all right, Tula, right, Tula. So I'm saying that this is my right hand side. Thank you, Majesty. This is my right hand side. I'm saying that if we can choose this path, whereby we're saying that, oh, you want to worship an apple, fine and well, we will support you. Here is support. As long as whatever egregore you are creating, or whatever entity you are creating, or trying to worship, whatever path you choose to call, you choose to follow. Thank you, baby. Thank you. It's a path of love, light, peace, and harmony. I don't want to support anybody who's saying that, oh, my path is in line with unaliving babies or unaliving people or what have you. No, 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 no. If you come to me like I'm discovering myself, but whatever path I'm taking is gonna promote love, light, peace, and harmony. Ooh! I will buy you all the groceries in the world if I have the resources. I will provide all of the support. All of it. All the support you need. Why can't we do that as humanity? Let me open up for guests to join, guys. I am sweating here and my baby is being all sorts of disaster. Okay, let us do this, guys. What am I doing? Okay, I want to do this. I'll continue speaking. Today I'm at my mom's place, guys. I'm at my mom's place, and the person who I asked to help me out with the kids didn't show, and I'm alone with the kids today. That's why I'm like, I only chatted like 2 minutes, but it's fine. It's fine. I was speaking from my mind. So sad. Excuse me. Oh, guys, my network is slow today. All right. Getcha, how do I do this? I want to open up for guests to join. Oh, there. But as I was saying, guys, there it is. How to accept requests? Yeah, let me. No, I'll have to accept you guys. Okay, please join, guys. Let's talk about it. Summary. Today we spoke about generational indoctrination, and I broke it into 3 different parts. But you can also add the 4th one if you may. The 3 of them were patriarchy. Patriarchy was also a generational indoctrination. There was religion. Religion is also a generational indoctrination. And then there was tradition and culture, right? And then, as I said we are in a crossroads. We are like this. We're supposed to choose which path to choose. And then I said that in line with patriarchy, we can either go the left route, which says, I don't need you, you don't need me. We both go and fall into our masculinity. We just meet in the shits. Or we take this route, which says that let me be in my feminine, you go in your masculine, so that the world is balanced. However, because we live in a world of money currently, I'm not saying that money is not an egregore on its own. It's also an entity on its own. And if we don't feed it enough, it may get unalived. But then we're still too weak. We're still too weak to fight money, guys. That's not even. We're still too weak to fight money. So while we are still too weak to fight money, the man, the physical masculine species, which is the male, is then allowed to go to work just one job with 2 salaries, depending on their qualifications. If the wife has a master's degree and the husband has a bachelor's degree, I don't know how to put this the right way, but then the wife's account will be deposited with an income. Invite Hashem mighty, with an income that's in line with the master's degree, and the husband's account will be deposited with an income that's in line with his bachelor's degree. Let me just make an example, man, with this thing. Let us say, and this thing would open up jobs, guys. I did the job, guys, my mind is not here today, shame. The job market is saturated because everybody is working now and the population isn't rising. The population is not rising. The job market is being infiltrated by robots, and also everyone is working now. We're not going to win this. We're not going to win this. So I feel like if we take this route of saying that feminine energy, focus on your feminine, that is focusing on your emotional and mental labor, investing in the home, investing in the next generation, investing in yourself. And while you're investing in yourself, you're also investing in your counterpart, which is your masculine counterpart, your husband or partner. The more you invest in yourself is the more you invest in your masculine counterpart. So you focus on investing in yourself and your partner, your children, your home, the next generation. Oh wow, this is nice. This is therapeutic. Right? So, hi matey. Yet I just invited you by mistake. I invited you by mistake because I don't think you followed. This is therapeutic, guys. Right? This is really nice. So, yes. You focus on yourself while also focusing on the feminine energy, raising the feminine energy, healing the world, healing society, healing the multiverse, and every energy at large. While the man maybe gets a job as an environmental officer. Let's make that example. So as an environmental management officer, this man has a bachelor's degree in environmental management and has a wife who holds a PhD in environmental management. That's an example. This man will work 8 hours a day, but then monthly will earn himself 2 incomes, 2 salaries. The income that's in line with the degree, the bachelor's degree, will be deposited into his account, straight into his account. The income or salary that is in line with the PhD will be deposited directly into his wife's account. Everybody is earning their keep. So it's still forcing everybody to work hard in life, in line with the system. I mean, it's still promoting the system. Come on, it's still nice. It's a win-win, man. I think this is a win-win. So then, once that has happened, then we can fight the system from within. But then that's not where we are today. Gosh, I'm rambling, guys. Please join, or else because we need to take conscious decisions. There are 3 parts. There are 3 parts I mentioned. Okay, as again because you guys not in your sim. Will be first. I need us to take these conscious decisions together. Am I still audible? Yes, you're there. Oh, sorry, Yoda. Bye. Oh. Okay, let me. Bye, baby. Bye, Yoda. Go to Chichi. Just go to. Where? Kuneng. And one shame. Yo. Kuneng, guys. Please stand up, Yoda. Don't do that. Yeah, Chichi, please come and take Yoda. Sorry, shame my people. Sorry, guys. Okay, but then. Okay, Asang Kumela. Because this boy is really. Yo, guys. Today I'm a mess. Shame, forgive me. I don't know. Guys, are we going to join or going? Don't show. I'm still live. I think we join it by how do you even connect to entities? Must one go to the river or Tuto? I think that's what we are supposed to talk about today. Yeah, I think we should talk about that too. Hi, Ashley. Boom, 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 boom. I'm coming just now, Your Majesty. I want to bring forth people because I understand. Maybe you guys are not interested in the topic or not. But okay, I think forget my. Please don't show yet. Don't show. I think forget the board. Listen, guys. Oh, today I'm a man. Don't forget the background. Hi, Ashley. I see Your Majesty. I want to. Yo, I see slow. No,
Your Majesty.
There we
What
go.
is the mess you are talking
Hi,
about?
Ashley. Hi, Ashley. Sorry, guys. I need this thing. Hey. Sorry, Ashley. 2 seconds. Sorry, my people. Please give me. You just show over there. Just one. Okay, let's cover this here. Okay, guys, I am ready now. Connect to entities. Okay, for now we have Ashley, but it's fine. Let's welcome her. But Ashley, I need to. Please give my headphones over there. Okay. Wait, Ashley, 2 seconds. Yo, my guys, please wait here. Please wait, my guy. Please wait. All right. Oh, thanks, Ashley. Okay, am I audible? Mani! Yo, guys. Kwendiwa njani njena nje Nkosi yami? Am I audible, guys?
Yes, you are audible.
Oh, amazing. Perfect. Yes, Shem. Hi, Ashley. Hi, Your Majesty. Hi, out air sharp. Boom. Yes, Your Majesty. Over to you. Take us through. Today we're talking generational indoctrination. I listed those 3 things, but if you have a 4th one, you can add. Yes, and then skulume how we can. Yes. Over to you. Let me mute my mic and then invite people.
Oh yeah, no. Thank you so much, Beacon. I'll be back now. Sorry.
It's all right. Everybody, guys, you can come up. Today we are making decisions. We're making conscious decisions in line with generational indoctrination. For patriarchy, we are deciding whether we are going through the route here. I live your life, I live my life. And your disebentela mina nawe hamba emsebentini, we'll meet wherever we're meeting. Otherwise, I don't need you, you don't need me. Or we're taking the path here, the wife or the female entity, the woman, is staying at home, taking care of the family, the emotional and mental labor, but also earning money. Then, party religion, are we saying that we are taking the route? Everybody is going through either Christianity or African spirituality, or we're taking the path, let's see, just be your own person, spiritual sovereignty, and we're supporting you in whatever path you are taking. And then we're coming to tradition and culture, whereby we are saying that are we going back to our previous way of life, previous entities? Are we going back to that way of life? Or we are saying that let's discover ourselves. Let's discover who we truly are outside of most pretend to be your ancestors or something that you know. So you have to be exactly Tula. Exactly what we're talking about today. Logosi, let us support people who are truly wanting to find their path. Because we're supporting you in whatever you're doing, as long as whatever you're doing is in line with love, light, peace, and harmony. It doesn't necessarily have to be our past things that people best because who are we labeling the timbutis bamba? To someone else, angakhona later who say, oh, mine, personally, ngihlaba because of this and this and that. Lo munye ahlabe because ukhaze vele kuhlatshwa, akade nesikuhlatshelwa ini, akade nesuhlabelane, akade nale intention kuthi ayisethe njani towards the hlabing. Isihlabing just because everybody was hlabing. Ukhanze ukuthi you are hlabing for these entities long awafuni. So yeah, let's talk about this, guys. Let me pause. I don't know, Ashley, are you back?
I'm back.
Okay.
I wanted to say this is such an interesting topic, and the way that you are framing it is very, very interesting. The what I can say, right, is that it seems like when we collectively agree on something and we come together, we effect change, right? Or we move a certain direction. But when you zoom in and you really look at, and we spoke about this, or I was thinking of this when you asked the question last week when we were talking about how, I think your question was, we went through colonization, and maybe on some level we agreed to it as a people, like for example Black people, and now we don't agree to it anymore, we don't want it. What do we do? So I wanted to say that we need, for us to effect change, we need to look at what actually changes things, what really changes things, because it seems, or we think that activism brings change. But I mean, if you have a bunch of disempowered people coming together with other disempowered people, and now they're a bigger group of disempowered people, are they going to do anything powerful? Or you just have a mass disempowerment group there? And I want to use 2020 as an example. I hope Lending Show is landing on someone. You mentioned that in 2020, when we were all isolated from each other, we were able to effect change, because change it happens when it seems it's okay. Let me put it like this: we were able to effect change in 2020, even though we were not coming together collectively, and we did not outrightly agree that we are shifting our awareness or our consciousness from this way of being, for example, religion. We shifted our consciousness from those, not because we all agreed, but because of how things panned out. Our gaze or our awareness, our consciousness shifted from it, and that effected great change, even though we were isolated. So the point I'm trying to make is this: if we are going to create anything new, right, we have to do it. We have to do that, creating something new at micro level, like at personal level, not so much on, oh, we need to agree this is what we are going to do, and then let's set up matches, let's bring awareness, and we think that will affect change. Because sometimes those ideas come out of the wrong kind of vibration. But when we are effecting change at please hold on.
All right. Ashley is so busy with
I'm
something.
back. Can you hear
Okay.
me? Yeah, I'm
Very
trying to
audible.
manage small humans as well. Azi ukuthi ubani wathi ama-parents funa sitshela abanye abantu ukuthi benzeni. Like these people, they seem small, but hayi nabo badala man.
They know exactly what they're supposed to do. Hayi khona.
Manje funa kulokhu batshela ukuthi benzeni. Hey baba ncane.
All right.
Yeah,
Let's wait for it.
so I'm
Okay.
sorry guys. I'm sorry. Lento yami izosuke ingasahlangani kahle. But into engifuna ukisho ukuthi the change that we are seeking, right? Because we don't like what we have experienced, or we are realizing it's not the best that we can do as humanity. The change that we are seeking can only happen at personal level. Like even though it sounds cliche to say it starts with you, but it really starts and ends with you. That's where it is. That everything else catches up with what change you have effected internally.
True, true. I agree. I also agree, Shem, guys. That's very, very true. Guys, I hear you, but entries, star begins. Okay, I don't understand
Do you
Tuto's
know?
my
No, I don't know
question.
if you know this guy. He's considered a philosopher, but he was really an architect. Oh, Buckminster Fuller, right? It's considered a because his ideas were way like beyond his time. He is quoted as saying that the how we effect change is not fighting against the unwanted, but imagining and creating the what is wanted. Right. So our idea of change is not fighting the aggregates, for example, that we don't agree with and discrediting them. Right? And you see it a lot on this app where we discredit ideas that we don't like and we hold our lives for hours on end discrediting what we don't want. And we think that is bringing about change. And it's not, it's literally feeding the same thing that we don't want because um if you are fighting an enemy, you empower it because it has to meet you. It has to meet you. I understand. Like if you have designated something your enemy, a thing that needs to be fought, you empower it because it has to match your energy. So perhaps we need to shift our consciousness from what they were unwanted and begin to ask ourselves, are we even able to imagine what is wanted? If we were to ask ourselves, do we know what is it that we want? And the picture that you've painted about um, earning and you know the husband
Greetings,
and
brothers and
this.
brothers.
Angizwanga-ke, kodwa isingiqedile. Um, it's a good thing in the sense when we can that it begins to challenge us to imagine the new. What I will say about those ideas though is that perhaps we need to check if they are not too they're not founded on the ideas that we don't actually want, like for example, the idea of work and earning and degrees, those are all systems, those are all part of the system that we are saying we don't want. So we are really literally transposing them from one system and we are saying we are creating a new system. It's just a thought. I don't know what you think about that. Is it really creating the new, or we are just trying to play an old song at a new or at a higher octave? I don't know.
Wow, love it, love it. And when you said, what did you say, guys? My mind today is just not here. Oh, when you said that we may say that we're fighting other entities, but the more we invest our energy in fighting them, we're still feeding them, because the universe, it doesn't interpret kutsi okay ayangenyanya or akangenyanya. It just says it just interprets kutsi oh energy yakhe invested kimi, so it means kutsi uyangifeeda. And one person made an example another day with some of these YouTube videos waba like when you go to a restaurant ufike ukhulume nemuntu longayiva your language, utaba like I don't want this upointe maybe this meal lefakwe lapha kule menu, usi I don't want this, I don't want this person akayivi language yakho, so now uphele kukhomba lapha usi oh sure singile nto la ifunako then utakulethela yona vele because it's what lobokupointa I don't want this. So yeah, when you're fighting something we are still giving it energy, so just do what you want when you ignore lokho longakufuna into engathi awukuboni njena, and just focus your energy on what you want. So yeah, yeah, I agree with that. And then with the part it is we are dancing to the same system, just that it's a different tune. I truly agree. Submission, I mean, that's why I said money is just another entity. Like fanele ukuthi siyistarve. But because as human beings siyesaba ukuthi hluthu, asiyithatheni kancane kancane in steps. And step one, the easiest step, is to still play kule system, but in a way that will give the feminine energy the potential to kulpala again. Because the only way we can fight money is just a byproduct of a toxic masculinity. Money is a product of a world that has invested its all into masculinity. So if we can say that feminine energy aseke inang. Gosh, today I'm losing words, guys. I'm losing words today. Nasingathi feminine energy aseke ihlale pass and discover itself, while the masculine energy, which is the money, is sita into surviving. By the time the feminine energy seyinkulu kahle seyikhona kutilwela, that's when they will say no donkey systems away. Right now we can't fight because lero nangathi nje asisinje dlitsi squashing my systems. Wow, singasala sibe ngi-10 namhlabeni nasi sike si-analyze ke kungukuthi seside i-sense of community, because as human beings are thrive on i-sense of community. So yeah, angati Shem Ashley bekungukuthi it could be step one. Ubososhanephi nangisho njalo, this girl was not listening. Where Ashley?
I was listening. Lalela Beacon. I love it. I'm gonna send this to my partner and say, "Oh, Beacon, I think please no.
shaking my head. But yeah, I feel like that should just be step one, because the system saying I don't know, not unless somebody here angavela as you know what, I feel like it's possible because it's very fruitful. Hey, but looking at human beings, then let's working ayo. Shame. I doubt. As women, such a step by step, man, learn for guys. Starting this is just step one, and then step two, and then by the time we are fit enough to say bye-bye systems, then don't reject it, dissolve it. And I don't know, what do you guys say? Ashley, are you done? And then we go to, is it Bova? I don't know, Shem.
I'm done for now, my host.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Love it, Your Majesty. Over to you, Your Majesty.
Greetings,
Bova.
gods and goddesses.
Hi,
How are you, gods
Your
and
Majesty.
goddesses?
We're good, alive and kicking. How are you?
Great, god and goddesses. I hear your generational indoctrination, patriarchy, religion, and tradition and culture, and whatsoever. The first thing, as I've been listening to these goddesses, it starts with I can say your nervous system. Your nervous system must move from survival mode, because it's on survival mode. That's why you speak such words of limitation. So automatically when you speak words of limitations, that's built in your universe. So when you speak, you must speak words that activate you from the DNA. So from your nervous system, it must move from the survival mode to the living mode. Once you are in the living mode, money will not be anything to you. It just be another object or whatever. Because you've been toned yourself in your nervous system, that you are no longer in a survival mode. Even the thoughts that will come to the mind, they will no longer be the survival modes of thoughts. They will be the thoughts of being able to move the avatar forward, the body forward, so that you, inside this avatar, you'll be able to manifest. You'll be able to align yourself, to channel yourself to the right channel of thoughts, so that you produce from within, not from the outside world, from within, because the matrix is you. You are the matrix. The matrix is you. Once you've realized that within yourself, that the matrix is you, you make it inside of yourself. And when it comes to the manifest, to the tangible world, everything changes. And when everything changes, you move in alignment with that vibrational frequency. But when you tell somebody who's doing a 9 to 5, their mind is already living in a what? In a survival mode. So when you remove your nervous system from this, your empathic system from the survival mode, you'll be able to attune, to attach to what you see yourself inside of yourself as you are. You'll be able to align yourself there. So once things are in alignment, we no longer talk about manifestation, because alignment is the channel. So the light that you are moving in, the presence, the experience, those are buildings, those are your foundations. So we as beings, we must live as a collective of what? Kingmanship. When we live in a Kingman's fellowship, we do things together. We move as a collective of what? Kingman's fellowship, as our ancestors did. If I have 5 cows, I'll give you 1 cow, you birth the cow. If the cow have babies, you bring back my cows, you raise your own. Kingman's fellowship. So that we'll be in one common mind. When we are all in one common mind, we broadcast that one mind, everything happens. Because we are having one common mind. So we move from the channeling of yourself, from your inner self. Automatically, when you apply things to kids, when you teach kids, you see things in kids that they teach you in yourself. Watching your own kids grow, they teach you a lot. Kids are one of the most powerful beings you have in your house, kids. They show you things if you can see them. When they talk, when they act, they teach you a lot of things. So you need to detach yourself from a lot of things. You need to detach. So then you grow from within. Because everything that is on the matrix is just meeting there to trigger you. You are the id. That's why patriarchy is kind of like blinding matriarchy, but matriarchy is the one that is operating things. It just needs to be elevated, to have its own, to be in that high level of frequency, because matriarchy is the one that running things on the earth, but the patriarchal society is the one that dimming, so that people cannot see that the matriarchy is the one. Because for the source of beings to be on earth is the portal of matriarchy. Without matriarchy, there will not be this population on earth. So matriarchy, the goddess, the God, when they say God, me, that's the God of me, that's the God of the world, of the universe. Because when things run in a matriarchal society, they move in a spiritual form, not in a physical form, because the portal that she comes with, what she is, the power that she is, the original of the source. Because she's the enlighter, she's the life bringer. Without her, the portal of this physical earth will not be tangible. She moves in many streams, in many vibrations and frequencies. Once she aligns herself with the source, within herself, she's unstoppable. That's why they are afraid of her. That's why in this world, when I speak that goddess, God is a woman, they don't understand me. They say you are crazy, you are what? But if you know, we don't work with belief, we work with knowing. So when you speak each and every second of your life, don't speak words of limitation, because this language that we are using, it's a language built of many languages, and it uses spells. So when you cast a spell, cast positive spell upon yourself when you speak this language that you are speaking. Because automatically when you speak it, you're blocking the universe. The universe is going to send you what you spoke, that frequency of what you spoke. That's what the universe is going to send you. So stop speaking the words of limitations that they limit this avatar. Then you will see the power of the goddess that she is within you. Because you run everything. They just blind things with the matrix things, but everything is run in matrical form, blinded by practical form. But when you blind yourself with religion, because religion is a many things. When you are in religion, you are locked in many things in yourself. That's why you become like you don't know where is where, how to move, how to operate yourself on this matrix. Because you are what? You are in religion. Religion, you are trapped in many spirits. So you must move. You must move from the physical to the inner you and control things from the inner you, from the inner avatar. So when you move from the inner avatar, you will align the energies of this physical world. They move with you. When you speak, it happens. That's the power of the goddess I know. Because the power she has, that she has not exercised fully, she must remove the fear and operate in her own levels and know that she is the it of everything. She's the goddess. She's the maker of life. There's no living thing that is tangible that is not talked by the goddess, because she's the portal of life of this physical. So each and every time the powers, they downgrade her strength. That's why she comes in limited forms within herself. She must not come in limited forms within herself. When she must speak with power, not with power behind fear. That's what stops her from her own universe. Because that's what the universe will respond to first, the fear that is in her. But when she speaks to herself as the universe, wow, that's marvelous. That's why women, when when I speak about them or when I have a conversation with them, it comes like, because they are the it, they control everything. They give that essence in the life of oneness avatar. They build the societies of the world. So when they start to move with that same consciousness, with that same mindset, automatically Mother Earth listens to that. Things happen. But just because of the patriarchal society knows that, each and every time they try to stop it. But once in the knowing of yourself, you rise it each and every second of your life, things are gonna move. Things will happen. Because we, as we know, as the men, that we know that the woman is a goddess, we are the anchors, we are the one who's holding, we are waiting for the voice. When the voice shouts, we go. We are waiting for the command, for the goddess to speak. We are waiting for the command. Because her oneness is the unity of one, as we say, universe. In you manifest everything. So each and every time they give her distortions of what was, so that she belittle herself. So each and every time she belittle herself, she no longer attains her frequency and vibrations. She's controlled by the what? By the physicals of the matrix. But if she knows she's the matrix, she's the doer of the matrix, things become in another frequencies and levels. Because you see the window of the spirit, your eye, the one that tells you, but what you see, it's up to you how you receive it, how you see it with your eye inside the spirit. Is it what you see, or is it something else you're gonna think or put the thoughts in, that what is that thing? Because when you have the goddess will be able to give you in the right levels of frequencies. That's why when there's a goddess, things happen. When there's a goddess, things happen. There's no every level of life where there's no goddess and things are not happening. If they, the awareness of themselves, inner themselves, know that they're the bringers of life, not only the bringers of life, but the portal to this physical. The only one, the supernatural being that has multi-layers, multiple layers. The rainbow that you are, that you bring in this physical world, the energy that you have shared.
Babu Pova, pardon me, my good sir. I just need to ask, or perhaps give you 2 minutes or so to land, so that we can, I think, reposition ourselves in terms of what the topic is. I seem to be getting lost. I don't know if it's just me or maybe it's just late in the day. I do appreciate what you have raised. If it's not just me, maybe I'm thinking you just regurgitating what you've said. Pardon me if that's not the case. Can we perhaps move closer to the topic rather, so that we do not lose the points that we also want to submit?
Thanks, goddess. So, operating in the level of patriarchy, those are the things that the goddesses themselves need to remove. Because we're not talking, you know what is patriarchy, what patriarchy is doing to the societies of the world. Those all indoctrinations. So I may just have my says there. Thanks.
And Charlie, you'll have another round to come in and expand on your submission. And also, perhaps when you come back, provide us with examples of what you mean. Because some of us really, some of the things that are being said, they just go over our heads and we're not understanding in terms of what does that mean for me? What are those actions or activities that I can apply in my working life to achieve the greatness that you purport? And my host, please apologies for jumping in. I know that you have been preoccupied. Um, I would like to welcome everyone else that is joined, loving the conversation in the comments area. And Sis Leshi, how are you, my darling?
I'm always happy to see you, Osmaki.
Oh, love, I love being here. I love being here while, even though we are, multitasking. I think this tribe, for me, takes priority. I rather focus on this 80% and 20 in the other. This is how much I appreciate being in your presence. All of you that are here, and welcome. BC Uminam Kabos is also in the mix, and please Mkulu join us if you can. Greetings, Hlenim Sagati. You are welcome, King. I would also like to welcome Unkululeko into the mist. Have not submitted. I would like to do my quick submission, and then I will hand over to Hlenim Tagati to also continue. And then in between that, perhaps, Sis Ashley, you can just bring us back to the topic itself so that we can all be aligned and contribute according to what the host has previously envisaged for today's session. And okay, so from what I could gather, from what has been discussed so far, in terms of generational indoctrination, okay, I am of a view that all generation, all creation and all generation have their own cycles. Um, in that, it all revolve in what is needed or required to fulfill a certain cycle. So, as far as what we can do or what can we do to change the tide, I I do not necessarily think that it is entirely up to us to do so. Yet we are experiencing this life, but then the cycle in which one can exist, it's already preset. At least that's what I think in my small mind. And then please, I stand to be corrected. Osiseshli said something in regard to what is it that we can do or what people do, or does that actually add value into what we need to see changing in this life? And I like the narration that she poses as an example, that if you take people who are not intellectual inclined and you give them space to imagine a dream, and are we going to measure that as whatever the outcome? Are we going to measure that as being designed by people of a certain rate of intellect, or not? Hence, my argument will still stand to say there's nothing really. What we can do is to only contribute to the purpose of living, right? But then anything else, the weather we are given, the food that we eat during that cycle, those are given. The children that we give birth to, those are already given. Like these are entrenched into a certain blueprint. So there is nothing that I can do to change the color of the sun. No matter how much I love meditation, and the fact that the example again during 2019 2020, the awakening or the urge to want to know yourself, the urge to come back to self was not necessarily driven by a Zoom call or a TikTok march or awareness or anything like that. We are all in our independent spaces, having what one can call paranoia in terms of the changes that we find ourselves. But then those played out more in a, I would say, in a political sense, in a governance state of some sort from a health perspective. So those things were there, but then we had to experience them. So as we did, we all had our fears around that time. And what the cosmic did, it does not entirely, it did not relate on us doing something, but then it was a cosmic reaction to what was happening. Thus certain vibrations were then raised, or perhaps thoughts casted over the universe to say that this is the time perhaps to want to find themselves. Remember, even back then, we had lots of people losing jobs and. So it was a series of events that happened in that particular space and time that I would think commissioned the cosmic change. Um, and another thing that I think that took my interest in what the host mentioned was how do we then, do we even look at traditions and re-engineer or redesign, or submit some change requests, right? She made a lovely example in terms of salary. As mummies, we wear different hats. We are teachers, we are psychologists, we are doctors, we are caregivers, we are everything. Everybody can agree now and today that we deserve a salary, right? So I would like to take a step back and say, if we know of patriarchy, I know a lot of people rather will not agree with me when I say patriarchy was there for a purpose. As it served the purpose, it started shaping how we govern, or how um, our lives are controlled to a certain level. But there was a purpose. The intentions were there, good or bad. There were intentions, and most of the intentions were met and are still being met. Right? We see what is happening in the cities in terms of economy, in terms of innovation, and those things are there. They did not just fall from the sky. There ought to have been a certain system that then passed away for these things to be birthed in our walking life. So, patriarchy as it is cannot only be seen or be positioned as a baby, right? So we do have benefits from it, but then the host is saying, let's then look at it and see, now that we are here, can we effect any changes? Can we submit change requests, right? And I would like to then say yes, we can, traditionally and culturally so, because we are human beings. We all have somewhere or an office that we report to. In that regard, yes, I think we can drive some changes, but then not from a position of lack, or a position of victimhood, or from a position of us needing direction. No, our bodies and nature itself knows exactly what we need. And then if we tap into what we are and what we need, and perhaps not even voice out, but then be okay and accept and want to stay in the abundance. If I can be a president today of the world, the only thing that I'll ask people to just breathe abundance, and then we'll then check from there whether that will work or not. But then I think that can also change the course, to say, out of what we have built already, as masculine as it is, but then from a feminine perspective, can we then be flexible, relax, and not necessarily want to control anything, or a need to know or seek to know things, but just be. If you can just be, I think for me, that's the only software that I can code and implant it by means of the chips, and in put in everybody's head to say, we do not lack anything, and we are already in abundance, and we just have to be and exist in this moment, and we will attract that which we need to attract, that comes from the cosmic, and then we can walk in harmony with it, and we can maybe eventually enjoy this dance of life. Thank you so much. I would like to hand over to the next speaker, and Sis Ashley will then see if we are perhaps siphumile kancane endleleni, maybe asibuyise futhi, sizobuya futhi ku-round 2 sibonke.
Asmaki, thank you so much for that submission. Angazi host God. I just wanted to make sure that we are all aligned. I know other people are coming in having missed the presentation that the host shared with us. But she was talking about these ways of being, these systems, patriarchy, religion, tradition, and culture, and how our attention, or awareness or consciousness, creates these powerful, or for lack of a better word, powerful aggregates, or entities, or whatever you might call it, that then are fed by our attention, right? And they become powerful, and over history they overthrow each other by the sheer amount of attention that they're getting from us. So our worship, our attention to religion overthrew traditional or or indigenous belief systems, because our attention was focused on religion, whether by choice or not, whether we were focused on religion because we are afraid that we are going to be unalived, whatever the case might be. The, the universe really doesn't care about morality. It's not moral at all. It's not it's not moralistic at all. It doesn't care about what you call good and evil. Guys, one of the things that we can talk about another time, really is not thinking like us. And as far as I can see, as far as I can perceive, the universe always reconciles everything as a net positive. Like when it does, when the universe does recons, everything is a net positive. So the host is saying, how do we then create a new, or do we suppose? I yeah, I ngizodlulisela kuwe Hlula Umthakathi, because I have someone here who wants to be heard too.
Yeah, let him speak. Let him speak. Mhlambe khona okuningi ebesingakufunda from yena.
Okay, no, I think now she's settled. No, it's a she. It's a she, but I mean, yeah, could be a he, whatever. So what the host was saying, all of these ways of being, sometimes we say, oh, I've deconstructed from religion, and or we are deconstructing from religion. She's asking, should we go back to our traditional ways and cultural ways, which were in a sense, on some level, like for example, the aggregates that are associated with these ways of being, they overthrew each other. That aggregate of traditional belief systems and such and such was in a sense overthrown by religion. So are we going back there to feed that aggregate, to give it strength so that it is the main power or the main way of being? What are we doing now? Or are we just continuing, like I was saying earlier, playing the same song on a different octave? Or are we really creating a new? Do we even have an opportunity to create a new? And what does that look like? I hope that makes sense. I hope it helps. So ngizodlulisela kuwe Umthakathi.
Right. Thank you so much, Ashley. Okay. Ngithanda ukubingelela ekhaya la ekhaya siyabingelela nje namhlanje. Ngenkulu inhlonipho nokukhethekile. Ngibingelele uhost wethu, the beautiful beacon of light. Ngibingelele onke ama-panelists akhona, and then nawo wonke ke nje umuntu oku-live othamele ngalesi sikhathi. Siyabonga dadewethu Ashley ngokusicobelela nje kancane, just to break it down, because singene late thina uyabona, and ngithe ngibona i-invitation, I won't actually be here for isikhathi eside, but I wanted to honor the invitation ka-Beacon of Light. Ngithe ngibona i-invitation from her, ngavele ngangabuza, ngaklikha nje ulokhungana that notification icon, ngangena ngathi I'm not gonna ask anything, so I was here, because I think okwesibili ngiba la ekhaya. I don't know, okokuqala maybe okwesi-4. Okokuqala I was just ngangena nje ngidlula, scrolling, just checking abo live, and then ngahlala kancane, I was interested in whatever that was going on. Nomunye wesibili angisawukhumbuli. Okwesithathu I was a guest, and okwesi-4 and then I'm a guest. So sengisho ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi nje esincane, whilst knowing this live, I was very interested from the word go. I like emission nomsebenzi kasisubhikin because I feel like she always gives us that platform esingayitholi noma ngabe kuphi. You know, kunezinto that we see and experience and go through ngale mpilo esiphilayo, but uthola ukuthi a platform is not given for us to either express ourselves or speak about it at all. You know, so to me, I always get excited when I see, you know, that way to begin going live, because I know whatever it will be, I know it will be empowering and it will be very educational. I mean, just last time in Balana, we were discussing self-sovereignty, spiritual sovereignty or self-sovereignty, if I'm not mistaken. But we were talking along those lines. And today, mangithi ngiyangena, just accepting the invite. Ngiyabona futhi ukuthi okay, ziyakhipha. It's patriarchy, religion, tradition, njalo njalo, etc., etc. Okuwukuthi izinto lezi uma uyabheka ezi-crucial because zithinta thina singabantu. Ithinta thina kakhulu, and these are the structures of le mpilo esiyiphilayo. You know, but-ke since we are all here and we are entitled to our opinions, nkosi yami, nami ngizothi fahla nje ngengikwaziyo ngithi qaphu bese ngiyabaleka. Ngiyaxolisa guys, mhlawumbe ngizothatha ngiphume eceleni, but nakhona kune reason why ngizophinde ngizibuyise futhi. Mangibuka laphana, there's number 4, and number 4 says etc., 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 and that's interesting to me because there's a whole lot of other things that we can put underneath this umbrella of a topic, because there's patriarchy, religion, tradition, and culture, etc., 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 which means basically ngokwe understanding nanokwe knowledge or wisdom yami, what I understand is that first of all, there's an umbrella of a living structure or of a living system. And that umbrella has got programs ngaphansi kwayo. So we've got an umbrella, and that umbrella, I call it the matrix. I don't know who else will also agree with that term. So the humans on planet Earth are living under one structure which was carefully designed by the living. It's not divine. It's not instructions that came from the source. One person sat down and thought there should be a living structure for the entire planet. Abantu kumele baphile kanje, this is how we should interact and whatnot. Well, obviously, initially, it was instinctively or intuitional. In the beginning, it's like each and every creation just knew what to do, and they just did it. They knew what would make them happy. But over time, you know, we're now being governed. We now have one specific set of rules that we're going to have to follow. And we didn't take the time to question, oh, well, who put you over us? Yeah, but anyway, that doesn't matter. We are here already. But I'm saying, Guti, I am looking at them, something called the matrix and its programs. According to my own perspective or notions or understanding, I believe that each and every structure esiphila ngaphansi kwaso falls under the matrix, and the matrix is sort of like a reverse of the original. It's like there was an organic and divine structure which came with a purpose for God sending us here. There was that. And then over time, it was flipped. It was reversed. Because we as humans were supposed to serve a different agenda which has nothing to do with divinity. And at the same time, it will appear as if we are expressing or living that divinity, you know. So the Matrix has got so many programs. Religion is one of those programs. Patriarchy is one of those programs. Feminism is one of those programs. Education is one of those programs. Tradition, culture, ancestry is one of those programs. Science is one of those programs. You know, kuningi okungama programs that we participate on. The music industry is one of those programs. Economy, politics, it's one of those programs, because the Matrix is like the umbrella of all these things. So ngibona ukuthi impela udadewethu wenze kahle ngokufaka etc lapha, because we can put so many topics underneath, but in this case kufakwe nje just 3, you know. Now one would come and say, I myself for an example, I could come and say, oh well, ndoda, patriarchism is not that wrong, well, religion is not that wrong, because in there of trying to connect to God, until we get to the core of these things. Ukuthi, why were they invented? Why did someone feel ukuthi it was wrong for a man and a woman to be equal and divided them and said there was feminism and patriarchism? Because bona initially they didn't see the need ukuthi bas divided. They were one. I mean, it is said when you do your research, just to go a little bit further, ngokuphila, excuse me, ngokuphila kwethu siyabantu, you will find ukuthi actually there was a time whereby abantu babephila emzimbeni owodwa, a male and a female, umuntu eyisiqu eyedwa embodied both the feminine and the masculine energy in one body and both genitals. And it's the nature of beings from other dimensions through which we come from. Yabona, but angikho-ke lapho. But sengibuka la ukuthi basically umuntu wesifazane nowesilisa, in fact ngokolwazi lwami, nami ulwazi lwami, ngokwazi kwami, I understand ukuthi umuntu wesifazane actually noma le polarity lena ka negative noma i-feminine aspect iyona ethi ayithi ukuba powerful ukudlula i-masculine. Ulwazi lwami kodwa nami ukwazi kwami, perspective yami futhi umbono wami, ngazi kanjalo ukuthi i-feminine aspect noma ubufazane is much more stronger than ubulisa noma i-masculine. Mawuzobheka today, the world is run by patriarchy, amadoda noma ubulisa. The question would have to be why. I know there's a whole lot of izathu esingayibeka, oh well phela amadoda anamandla, oh well phela amadoda ukuthi yabona abantu besifazane, but no, not really. I mean, mawuzothi uyabuka i-tradition ne-culture nje, for an example, those two have got inqwaba uhide lwemthetho, sets of rules put in place for a woman to follow. And mawuthi uyabheka, the man doesn't really have much, you know, mithetho to follow. There's no much responsibilities expected from a man, especially when it comes to, you know, indlela yokuyiphatha. Indoda mawuthi uyabheka, for an example, let's bring up polygamy. We're both humans, right? Siyabantu soyi-2, ngindoda umuntu wesifazane. If you slap me, ngizozwela kuzoba buhlungu. Nawe if I slap you, uzozwela kuzoba buhlungu. Right, that means we're equal emotionally. Now, why would I as a man think that it would be okay for me to do something to you and not consider the fact that mawusukwenza kimi it might be painful? Ngisho kanjani? Ngisho ukuthi, why do we think ukuthi women are the only ones who are going to have to accept indaba ye-polygamy, like it or not, whether they like it or not, they just going to have to accept it? Asinandaba about how they feel. Isintu sisho kanjalo, you have to accept. There's no particular reason. It's just the main answer is always is, well, isiko lisho njalo. Indoda kumele ithobele umfazi. Yabona, indoda kumele ibe nesithembu. Isiko lisho njalo. We don't really go as deep into questioning these things. We just accept them. Uyabona? So which means ukuthi ikhona inequality lapho noma there's an imbalance lapho. Uyabona? The main question would have to be, Kanti why sicindezela abantu besifazane kangaka? Yini lesiyesabayo? Why don't we want umuntu wesifazane ukuthi asilide asihole? And they will always use these small reasons ezingahlangene nanayo yonke lento esuke siyimention. Hayi, umuntu wesifazane wenza lokhu, indoda yenza lokhu. That separation, that division, and it goes as far as tribalism. Zulus are better than Xhosas, wada. All this comparison, it keeps us divided, whereas we are supposed to be living in coexistence with each other. Andile, ngicela ungivalele mic yakho bhuti wami, please. Whereas we're supposed to be living in coexistence with each other. We are born. So now, because of that division, we are no longer coexisting. In fact, we are living in competition. Now, divinely, ngoku-understanda kwami futhi, maningi amandla uNkulunkulu awabeke kumuntu wesifazane. Adlula ngisho wendoda. Now, lento le ye-patriarchy against matriarchy ngiyibuka njengomuntu wena wabona umuntu onomona, like osekubonile ukuthi wena engathithi wena ungconywana kunaye bese enza ngakho konke okusemandleni ukuthi moving forward uzolube ekublocker ekwenzela impilo ibanzima because uyasaba uku-outshinwa wena. That person doesn't want to be outshined by you. So whatever they're going to do, whatever mthetho they are going to put in place, it will be to suppress you, because when at the end of the day you have to not express yourself fully so that uzoqamabona, because if when you can start to express yourself, they are going to lose whatever speck of recognition or respect that they might have collected along the way. So ngokubuka kwami, patriarchy is one of those things, one of the methods, one of the inventions of amadoda, which were invented anciently indala ayiqhamuki manje. I think they sat down, they analyzed umuntu wesifazane bambuka la amandla khona ngakhona, so they said no man, lo akahlale eyinto nje ikhabishi nje yabo, into ehleli nje yabo. Whenever we need him, whenever we need her, uzoza, uzothatha ama-orders wethu, because if that cannot happen, then we're gonna have a problem. Ish.
Why you
Ray,
muting?
ngicela uvale imic yakho please, angikaqedi ngicela. I'm about to be down just any minute right now. Ngiyaxolisa ngani zakwethu ukuba mude, right? So kwi-patriarchy nje ngisase kwi-patriarchy kakhulu, ukuthi it is not what we think it is. Nayo i-matriarchy, it's not what we think it is. Divinely ngokwenhloso kaNkulunkulu, uNkulunkulu usithanda soyi-2, owesilisa nowesifazane, akasidivide. Thina sowu-2, owesilisa nowesifazane, kuNkulunkulu siphethe o-50-50. Akekho ophethe u-70-30. Kusho ukuthi emehlweni kaNkulunkulu ubona abantu abalinganayo, abane-purpose eyodwa, of which if they can combine their purposes kuzophuma a divine purpose. So uNkulunkulu does not separate us, and it is not divine ukuthi umhlaba kumele ubuswe amadoda noma umhlaba kumele ubuswe abantu besifazane. That came from us. Sesifikile lana, we are the ones who invented zonke lezo zinto lezo ezingasisi phambili at the same time. So ngithini kahle kahle nge-patriarchy? I'm saying ukuthi i-patriarchy.
Can I say something?
But I'm still speaking though. Okay, go ahead.
So, what's your thought about religion?
I was still coming there though. I was still going according to the numbers. For now, I'm still dealing with patriarchy.
I don't like patriarchy anymore.
You don't like patriarchy? Nobody does. We are all living under it though. There's nothing we can do. It's already under us. What we can do is find innovative ways to move forward. Nobody likes patriarchy. We all don't like it because of looking at how it runs things. There's nothing we can do, unfortunately, about that. That's why we're here discussing such things, so that at least we may discover how do we move forward, what could be the solutions moving forward with these things. I mean, most of the things we go through, we don't have to like them. They're happening anyway. Most of us don't like the digital ID, but it's coming anyway, and there's nothing we can do about it, So it's not about liking or not liking. These things are happening. They form part of our reality, whether we like it or not. They will happen. They will transpire. I mean, I don't like patriarchy myself. I'm a man, but I can see that ish man kuningi oku-wrong ngayo. Njengoba ngikhuluma namanje, I don't support patriarchy the same way I don't support feminism, because it creates a division. It creates a division. The more we're saying ukuthi amadoda are better, that divides. And the more we're saying ukuthi abantu besifazane they are better, that creates a division. Sonke singabantu, we are equal. Asikhipha ama-genitals nama-energies asiphethe, you know? Then we're going to understand ukuthi, hey, we are all actually humans. Asishiye ukuthi wena uyindoda ungowesilisa. Therefore, that means we all have the same equal rights njengamadoda nabesifazane. We've got divine rights. That means if I think mina I should be respected, kumele ngizohlonishwa ngiguqelwe. Nayo wesifazane, it must mean ukuthi there is some form of respect ekumele ayideservayo kumele ayinikwe. And indoda respect umuntu wesifazane ngalowo ndlela leyo. So ukuhlala udabeni ngoba sengithathe ngabamude, guys, I think mina there should be a restructuring into efana nakanjalo uAshley uke wayisho ukuthi how do we do it, yabona, because we asikaze si-imagine lento like such a change, but masizowabuka lama programs lawa or these structures, they need to be reconstructed completely, because excuse me, some of iy'nkinga zethu zivela khona lapho, from the thought patterns, from the belief systems eziqhamuka with these structures or with these programs. I-religion has got ama-belief systems wakhona, i-patriarchy has got ama-belief systems wakhona, i-tradition has got ama-belief systems wakhona, i-economy, njalo njalo, njengoba bese ngikubalile konke lokho as part of the matrix programs. You know, ngoba sengithathe ngadla isikhathi kakhulu bafethu, ngicela ukugcina lapho, ngeke ngisakhona ukuqhubeka kwe-religion, ngizothatha ngibe mude kakhulu i-religion ne-culture, abanye bazothatha bengabe besasithola isikhathi, kanti nami sengifuna ukubaleka ngani zakwethu. Ngiyabonga nje ukuthi ngithole leli thuba nami ngikwazi ukuthi kube khona engikuthi fahla ngebe sekunikiwe namhlanje ukuthi sicaphune kukho sihlafune. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Sibonge kakhulu mkhulu, siyabonga ulwazi in your perspective. There are many pointers that you have dropped, and I am sure sizochubeka siloku siwa engager. I think you have given us a direction in terms of how to engage with this topic, and we appreciate you. This is our tribe. The hosts have designed this platform for us to engage in such topics, and this occurs every Monday, 1 o'clock South African time. We appreciate you. Please don't be a stranger. Ububuya usihlole usabele ngolwazi. Sibonge kakhulu mfethu. Okay, siyachubeka manje nge-program yethu. 10 Mr. LG. Ingakuwe manje. I'm going to hand over to you, and please do submit, and yeah, share with us what's on your mind. Thank you.
Thobela.
Tobel.
Again.
Phela le kae tati?
Repeat. Okay. I want to thank the previous speaker, Hlu. I was enjoying you, my guy. I wished you could carry on a bit, but yeah, because you have to hit the road, do your thing. Thank you, Usmaki. Thank you, Beacon of Light, and everybody who joined the live. Hello. I think patriarchy was dealt with beautifully. Bottom line is this: if we remove the genitals, what are we? I think what confuses us, it might be the expression of, or how we want to use those two parts. But then when you look at it, if we remove them, then suddenly there is no need to promote women. There's no need to promote men. But all that we can promote is what we are, consciousness. That's what is key. I think I will hit the second point. That would probably link as well with number three. We are having a crisis here when it comes to this point 2 and 3, particularly number 2. We allowed people, we allowed religion to define the invisible. We allowed the seen to define the unseen. And this is where the confusion is. We trying to get the answers from the unseen with the seen. And the structure has been laid there. We are looking at life. We allowed religion to tell us who the source is and what we are. And we are wearing those glasses, those goggles. We are wearing those spectacles. And it is about time that we let them go, and we go in silence, or we go in the stillness, because the stillness does talk. It's just that it talks differently from the busy life that we are having, or from the movement. So we need to release ourselves from that movement. We need to release ourselves from that perspective. We are holding these spectacles, this that has defined the source, is killing us. Even now as we speak, we have to get rid of this perception that we have, and when we get out of it, then we shall recover, we shall know who we are, because it requires stillness to see this illusion. But as long as there's so much movement, we trying to promote this religion, this is better, who is God, the Bible says, the Quran says, but stillness still talks. The moment we decide to stop and we say, okay, who is truly with me? The one who is truly with you is right before you, but you are convinced that you must look for something else by religion. You can't escape the water. You are made of water. You can't escape the fire. It's in your blood. You can't escape air. You can't escape your bones. So the 4 elements should be our focus. Should be we should look for answers within, because all the impurities can be bent by the blood. When we understand what is the blood in our veins, how does it work, and so on. So in short, I want us to understand that we are the answer. We shouldn't look for answers outside of, we are the answer. But for us to be the answer, we have to be quiet. Because when we are quiet, then the unknown speaks. The unseen is activated. The third part is that nobody can work for you. Nobody can be still on your behalf. You have to do the stillness. And the way the matrix was played, I believe, not let me not use the word believe, the way matrix is structured and is established even in our psyche, everything is just turned upside down. But the answer is in the stillness. So the true religion, um, maybe let me just use that word. Yes, the true religion is stillness, because stillness knows how to speak. Uh, Emptiness knows how to create fullness, and so on. So when we understand, I think I'm gonna close my submission ka this perspective. All that we have to do, family and friends, we have the ashe, or we have the power to deal and manage energy. Every event in your life is energy. One man said, if you want to understand the universe, think of it as energy, frequency, and vibration. That's it. When you understand that for you to be staying in the house that you are staying, driving the car, eating what you are eating, wearing what you are wearing, those are the results of energy. Everything is energy. And how does energy move? Energy move with emotions. Emotions is what carries the movement, energy in motion, like the water. So what is happening is this: the moment we understand that the system only requires our emotional response, the world, it is where it is now, your life, it is where it is now because of the emotions that the system got from you. So they have twisted this whole thing. They have taught us to neglect our emotions, and we focused on words. Hence why religion always taught that we should be focused on words, not understanding that when we follow words, we neglect the emotion. So the universe is is waiting for your emotional response. So right now, everything that you have is based on your emotional response. Some would come and call it prayer with religion. Some will call it meditation. Some will call it worship, whatever. But all that it is, bottom line, is emotional response. When you sit down and you meditate, the universe is not going to hear what you say. That's another point, that the universe does not care about morals. What is morals? Morals is words accepted by us or by a community. Meaning, if having 10 wives is our standard and I'm on 7, in my culture, they will tell me, Faith, hurry up, man, you're on 7, you have to go get to 10. Is what is right for us, according to us. But the universe doesn't have that. The universe communicates with emotions. Hence, the first thing you did when you came to Mother Earth, you cried, or you expressed your emotions. So the first communication is the emotional communication. So the moment we understand that all that we are doing, even now as we are speaking, there is a request for emotional exchange, because everything is energy. And with the spirit of Ashe, what we have is the power now to respond with our emotions. Because when we say yes emotionally, then it happens. The mind can help to build strong emotions, but everything, for it to happen, it listens to your emotional response. So religion has taken the emotional response, it structured it, it told us how to feel, what to think about the silence, or what to think about the source in us. But all that we have to do is check our emotional response. You're not going to create what you say with your mouth, but you are going to create with your emotions. Your emotions is the language that the universe speaks, because that's how we move energy. Now, when you understand that, okay, everything is energy, then I must learn how to move energy. Because right now you are moving energy according to educational system. You are moving energy according to your religious system. You are moving energy according to those kind of teachings and structures. So how do we get to a point whereby now you are in charge of the movement? Because house is movement, cars is movement, everything is just energy. A bottom line is this: when you study atoms, you realize that atoms, when you observe them, they shape themselves according to the observer. So the observer and the observed is one thing. It's like a mirror, the inner and the outer. And when the observer expects something different from the atoms, they reshape themselves according to the observer. That's how we see life the way we see it, through the window of our soul. So I can't see for you, you can't see for me, because we all have the spirit of Ashe, the power to work, control energy. That's the power we have. And some people are holding that power. And groups like this deals with such. I'm summoning you to think in this fashion. Look at it in this window. Understand that all that I have is energy. Pain, sadness, joy, marriage, all of them is energy. So when we understand that, okay, our emotional intelligence is like, this is how, with our attention, this is how we steer the ship. We steer the ship with our emotions. And once we release our emotional response from the system, in the movie The Matrix, this is called your output and input signal. It is connected to your emotions, because your emotions says yes and no all the time to certain things. So we have to revisit that button, or that input and output cord. The universe shapes according to our expectation and our observation. Let's restore what we expect. Let's check what is built in our emotional intelligence. Let's cut patriarchy, let's cut religion, and observe purely without attachment. Because when we release attachments from our emotions, then we become stronger. But right now, our emotions are wounded and are covered. Kiddy attachments. Attachments are like thorns. Attachments determines how we feel. Like you go to a restaurant, you know they are selling fake food. You're supposed to be eating veggies and fruits, yet you feel good after you eat that meal. What you know, there's no nutrients there. So what makes you happy is attachments, your emotional attachment. Because when you eat in such a place, it is known that you are successful, and now you are desiring to experience yourself being a successful being. Hence why when you eat there, you feel fulfilled. When you eat cabbage, that's what you're supposed to eat. It's healthy for you, but it makes you feel poor because of what emotional interpretation has you, and it is controlling you. So there is no way you will manage your emotions with these attachments. The universe wants you to flow, and the right thing or the stillness in you is there for you. It's on your side. You don't need to look for it. It's what you are. But attachments cause your emotions to flow. It causes ripples, and you can't see clearly because every time when you want to direct energy to the left, attachments rocks up and encourages you or twists you to the right. So when you are poor, it's because of your energy, your emotional output. When you think about money, your emotions around money are structured in a certain way. And whatever you do, you won't get it right. And some people will now come and say you are cursed. You are not cursed. The problem is your attachment. You have to check your emotional buttons or input output because your emotional input output says no to this and yes to that. We're not the same. Hence why, even now as we speak, you will find somebody who would say beautiful words, but their lifestyle is contrary to what they are saying. It's simply this: the mind that understands is not the same with the mind of emotions. Emotions does not care about knowledge. It only works according to how you move them. So you are educated, you are well spoken, but your emotions are shitty. Let me use that word, sorry. Because you were not trained or you don't understand this button or this gear or this steering. Because all that we are doing, remember, don't let anything fool you. All that we are doing is we are moving energy. Energy shapes itself in different forms. It can be ice, it can be a rock. And when it is a rock, just as you see a stone that sits there and it doesn't move, you can also take that structure and we call your life stagnant, or we are saying, hey, my life is not moving. It's because your energy, your emotions took a form of a stone. But the stone can melt when you understand the toroidal field of that stone, because what we see, that stone is made from the energy behind. There's an energy behind the stone, and when we go back to the energy that created that state, which is our emotions, because our emotions determines what kind of how energy forms and shapes. So the universe is actually consulting you. The universe is asking you. You are the answer to the universe. And whenever you think you are looking for answers, you are not looking for. You are the answer. You are the one that says yes or no. But we were taught and trained to go and ask another source that will say yes and no to us. Nobody is saying yes and no to us. It's us who is saying yes or no. So we have to get our power, and our power is in what? Emotions. When we know how to drive emotions, we become stronger because everything is energy. We move time. Time doesn't move us. The trees, the energy that is around us in water, in air, in fire, in solids or bones, they start listening to us. But attachment is what kills the power to control. Hence why to be strong, you have to be in silence. And those are the teachings that we now start to understand, that when I am still, I become stronger. Why are you stronger? Because you can control the energy better. So knowledge doesn't make you stronger. It only helps you to work with your emotions. But the true thing that you have to work with is your emotions. Hence why somebody who's not knowledgeable can do more things than you do, because their emotions are more balanced than yours. So practically, nobody is better than the other. All that we are doing is, sometimes wisdom can cause you to be a
Oh my goodness, I see Mr. 10LJ's taken a brief tea. Sure, whilst we were listening to beautiful submission that he's making. Oh, you are back, sir. Do you want to
yes.
continue
Sorry, I
or
don't. Let me summarize it. Sorry, I think I pressed a button by mistake.
oh, okay.
So
Okay.
yes, bottom line is this: energy, emotions is the steering. When we understand that our emotions drive, emotions doesn't care if you are wise or foolish. As long as you are connected with a certain frequency, then you drive energy. So our lives, the results of our lives and our experiences is the interpretation. It is a fruit of energy that we allowed, that we said yes to. So yes, I think in closing, ke tlo no leboha everybody, and yeah, that's the message that I wanted to pass. Osmaki, go leboha ka kudu.
Wow, wow, wow. Host, where are the hands? Where are the hands? I'm missing the clapping today. I'm missing the clapping today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pink, I know you've been waiting patiently there. Please chip in. We are now giving all ears. Pink, are you? Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm still here. So what number are we gonna talk about right now? Can I talk about number three? I'd like to raise awareness about our tradition and culture.
Okay, you can talk to any points that you like to contribute upon. Please feel free.
I think that nowadays our tradition and culture are more of like a cage rather than helping us rise, because sometimes when we want to reach new beginnings in our life, sometimes our tradition and culture often limits us because of the society's opinion about it. Do you like guys get me? I'm so great. Okay guys, I'm very sleepy right now. I think I'll sleep.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you so much. Welcome, Josi.
Emakhosini siyathoba siyaphaphatha izandla phezu kwesinye makhosi ngethemba ukuthi nonke niyaphila bantwana bakwantu nina bokukhanya nina indlondlo zasemalwandle zasentabeni zasehlane nani ishingishane zikamoya. Ngiyibonga ithuba enginikwe lona. Ngibonga u-invite Her Majesty Beacon of Light, but I was here when you started the live. It's just like I left earlier. I'm going to focus on number one and number two, but firstly, when we speak of generational indoctrination, we speak of beliefs, values, and certain norms which are passed from one generation to another. But let me begin with the patriarchy. Patriarchy came with a system which was built by politics, where politics came with a policy that would give men power over women. Even right now, we may see that they speak of equality amongst both genders, but there is no equality because within different industries, in our communities, in our societies, there's still that inequality between the gender of male and female. I can make an example when it comes to the educational field. You find that when a school is being led by a female principal, the male teachers, they never give any sort of respect or accept any instruction from that female. They do not accept her as their leader or the captain of the ship. But if a male person is brought in to run a school and become a principal, then things start moving just because that is a male figure. And I'm not saying that it's only male people who do not recognize female leadership, but we have females who also downsize on other females who have that, as I said, when I said generational indoctrination, they have that thing which was built in their minds as they grew up and consuming the information from the other generation ukuthi indoda iyona enamandla ukudlula umuntu wesifazane. Ingakho sinabo abantu besifazane abangathembi ubuholi bomunye umuntu wesifazane. Kodwa makungathiwa sihamba sibuka ukuthi iy'khathi ziyashintsha futhi sibone nokubaluleka ukuthi yonke le mikhuba ney'nkolelo esafundiswa zona emuva siy'guqule sikwazi ukuba sibambisane sibe united. Ningabona ukuthi the next generation to come ingakwazi ukuphilisana kahle ngokuthula nangothando. I-religion iwes. Mina nganitshela ngama-religion awu-2, Islam and Christianity. Those religions are the worst religions which have caused a lot of inequality amongst our communities, amongst our societies, especially when it comes to gender. When it also comes to even other, especially when it comes to gender and spirituality, there is a lot of nitty-gritties within those religions. But I cannot speak a lot with the Islam when it comes to spirituality, but Islam on gender side, kunengi. Umuntu wesifazane in the Islam religion is belittled to the level that you'd end up feeling sorry as an individual who figure in a country that is a country, especially in the Arab Emirates, they are mostly Islam people. You would feel very, very, very sorry for females in those countries because they're belittled. They're forbidden from doing certain things which can also improve their lives. They're taught ukuthi kumele uthobele umuntu wesilisa every now and then. Noma kuthiwa ekuhlukumeza umuntu wesilisa, mele wena uthule ungesho lutho. Ufike ngapha naku-Christianity, iy'nkonzo ngapha ku-Christianity vele zishumayele izwe ukuthi umama ngeke ashumayeze amadoda. I used to have that mentality up until I realized ukuthi le nto leyo nje kahle kahle isenza ukuthi sichaphaze abantu besifazane, and isenza ukuthi sifoste i-power which is not supposed to be forced. It's demand irrespect which is not supposed to be demanded. cause I expect ukuthi makuthiwa sikhuluma ngama-Christians sikhulume ngabantu abazothi umuntu wesilisa nomuntu wesifazane, they should respect each other equally. They should love each other equally. They should unite and work together. Because whether you are a man or you're a woman, angeke sibe nama-abilities afanayo. Somewhere somehow ngizomdinga u-Ashley ukuthi angisize ngezinto ey'thize mina ngiwumuntu wesilisa ngiwukhosi engeke ngikwazi ukuzenza noma enginganakho ubuhlakani bokuziyenza noma ukuzilungisa. Naye u-Ashley uzomdinga ukhosi ukuthi naye a-contribute with ulwazi noma ama-abilities anawo ukuze ukuthi a-resolve a situation abhekana nayo. So these generational indoctrines, they continue to cause a lot of divisions bantwana bogogo nomkhulu, and lama division eziwakhozayo asenza ukuthi singakwazi ukuphilelana singabantu. Yebo singayiblame i-colonialism, but nje amanye ama-generational indoctrinations were created before even colonialism. They were there. Ngibonge ithuba enginike lona. Makhosi.
Makhosi sibonge kakhulu mkhulu. Sibonge kakhulu. Ene kuyavela la ukuthi yazi lento ikhulumayo ngikhumbula kukhona kwenye live la abantu bakhuluma ukuthi esikhathini esiningi kakhulu futhi ngiyazi emsebenzini kuyenzakala emasontweni nakho konke, kodwa the same thing that you raised in terms of having a woman in leadership or a woman speaking. I can come on here on TikTok, say something, and it may not be received, and then in the same breath, a gentleman comes on the live and say literally the same thing, maybe using different words, but then saying the same thing. And then that then seems to be, oh yeah, this is right, this is correct. And a man is easily applauded everywhere, it seems. And these are the kind of things that the host had in mind in terms of, are we aware of ourselves? Are we aware of what is happening? And based on these programs that were bestowed unto us, and then how can we then create a mind shift onto these things? Thank you so much, Josi. We appreciate your input. I would like to give an opportunity to JMK23. Ma'am, you also wanted to add your views on the topic. I'm gonna give the reins to you, and welcome to live.
Thank you so much. It is my first time here, and something on the inside of me is resonating with all that has been said. And
JMK, you can unmute, Mama.
I muted. Am I not audible?
We
You're
can hear
audible.
you, JMK. I think Asmaki, your network is doing something.
Was
But we can
delayed.
hear her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I'll mute. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Again, let me say it is my first time here on this platform. I'm appreciating it. I'm in awe. I'm humbled. And I'd like to greet everybody on the panel as well as the people in the comments. Kalibitso ke Jemima Madipere Khumare ngwanana Mosotho a dulang mona South Africa. Did not choose the geographic placing. It's neither here nor there. On the topic at hand, I did mention that I would like to add a bit on the etc. part of it, although within the the generational indoctrination of a thing. And just to give a little bit of a backstory as to how I'm going to share this knowledge, because it is coming purely from experience, not a hearsay or not something that was handed over, but something that was practicalized in my life. Spent the first 9 years of my life. This voice has been this thick. Even when I cried when I was young, I went, according to those that were observant in my coming birth on this earth. So even me speaking when I was young, this voice overwhelmed me. I was not comfortable in it. It sounds like a man, yet I am in the formative figure appearance as a woman. And so with the statement that OC just made right now, Yahore, when certain things are said by a man, they ride home more and are more taken in, as versus to a voice that is lighter than mine, which in my dreams I sound like this, you know. But here we are. So I spent the first 9 years of my life as a very quiet child. So I've always been observant of the silence and learning the language of the stillness. So that is the part I want to share with people. The essence of, yes, the mouth can say something, but the internal, which being the heart, speaking something else. But if you are one that is sensitive to vibrations and frequencies, you are able to grasp it, articulate it, and bring it forth to the people that are perhaps maybe ignorant to the existence of the invisible, or are not even knowing of the unknown. So in these 9 years of my observation, I was in the company of my great-grandmother, as well as my grandfather. And then it went on to also my father. So I was always on an observant, listening in, watching, so that when I was able to be comfortable in my voice, I would be able to say of the things that I understand the unknown to be. Because it is only the unknown that is going to give you information based on your availability and acknowledgement that there is an unknown, there is an invisible. Both the visible and the invisible, the known and the unknown, they're always doing a dance, which most people are not privy to, even being aware of it, which makes it consciousness and also subconsciousness. Because just because you sleep, it doesn't mean that you don't touch ground sometimes with death in itself. But because you are trusting the machine of breath coming in and out, oxygen and carbon dioxide, you wake up, glory be to the one high, and still find yourself that you are still considered important and of worthy and value beyond your even human imagination and understanding, to be able to share what it is that you know when you're given a platform. So I would also like to echo the words of 10 Mr. LJ. I was privileged to be on his platform yesterday, and he allowed me to voice out some of the things that I have been holding in. You always wait for the proper ordinances to say certain things, because it's not always the atmosphere that is correct that can even take that in. So I appreciate again this platform to be able to give voices to some of us that have been silent, not for too long, but trusting in the power of patience and resilience and persistence, and knowing that it does bear fruit that is beyond even what words can even tell. So I'd like to encourage to everybody, the stillness we are seeming to be forcefully pushed to, if you want to look at what is going on currently in the world, with this system that was tried to be deposited and inculcated within yourself, and it's literally pushing you to be in a frantic mode. I want to say, look at the opposite of it. Be in a stillness mode, be in a silence mode. Start having a relationship with your very breath. Some of you will even realize that you've been gasping. The air has been literally coming in through the nose, perhaps even ending up right at the top of the lungs, not even filling in the lungs itself, let alone going right down to your feet, of which there's communication both above and beyond and below. But because we're in the center of it, we miss this communication, which is always going on. So with that said, I just want to say, encourage everybody, get out of the noise. Why do you think there's so much of it? Do you not even see that this noise is also a tool that is made to keep you more away from what it is that you need to be in that silence where there's no phone, there's no radio, there's no sound of anything except for the sound of your own breath, and continuing this and allowing yourself to tune right back in on the inside of you where conversation has been happening, but it's been missing you to be attentive and aware of it and listen in and become even more powerful, because your very presence has been powerful in it on its own. But now when you become aware of that value, the worth is beyond what you can even imagine. Thank you so much. I'd like to land there.
Wow, wow. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. That was really, really amazing, JMK. And we love having you here. Thank you for gracing us with your presence and your genuine silence. If I exactly I am. So yeah, welcome home, or family here, We truly love having you here. Oh, Smaki, song Shiele, Your Majesty, but it's fine, it's fine. Shame, my people, I don't know. Would we love to summarize? Starting from Ashley, then to Hosi, then JMK, then 10 Mr. LJ. Just summarize, and then I will say my last words, and then we say our goodbyes. Go, Ashley. Over to Your Majesty. Where I think Ashley was busy with her home management. Jose, are you there?
Oh, I'm here, my majesty bathong. Hey, when I see the life tsa hao ke di tshwara ka di last minute.
Would it what?
Ka di last minute.
All the time. But then no, it's fine. It's fine, Chef. No. Over to you, Your Majesty. Can you please just summarize? Next time
Okay.
we get the last minute.
Vele ngifike kuqala ngavele ngaphazamisa umsebenzi, but let me summarize. Bantwana babo gogo nomkhulu, mina engakusho ukuthi yes, i-topic siyidiscussile, saveza uvo lwethu noma imibono yethu. Mina enginishiya ngakho ukuthi yonke imikhuba noma iy'mfundiso zakudala ezafakwa ey'ngqondweni zethu ezagcina zisenza ukuthi sihlukane kakhulu futhi sibukane ngendlela ehlukile. Sekusele kuthina ezandleni ukuthi siyawavula amehlo ethu, sivule namehlo walaba abasasekhona, sibakhombise ukuthi iy'khathi sey'shintshile, sekumele sihambe ngalena indlela ukuze ukuthi izizukulu nezizukulwane ezizayo zikwazi ukuthi ziphilisane ngothando, ngokuthula nangokubambisana, ngoba a society or a community that is united and has peace and love is a society filled with happiness, a society that builds very strong generational ties. Ngibonge, makhosi.
Makosini. Where are my hands? Nakia. Halala. Ashley, are you there? Your Majesty, over to you.
I'm here, Your Majesty. I wanted to I wanted to say that the I mean, great submissions all round. Totally great submissions. The thing that I wanted to add is that as far as I can perceive, we have to own our creations. in order to create anew. For as long as we think that things are done, we become powerless to effect any change. Victims really can do nothing about their victimhood except change their positioning. So I say this I say that to say this. These things, no matter how undesirable they may seem to us, we have been cultivating and keeping them in place. So we've had a part in keeping them in place, no matter how we think they are painful or they are unjust, but we have had a very active role in feeding them our energy, our attention, our consciousness, and keeping them in place. And we do that unconsciously, and we also do them to a degree conscious because we do the same to others, right? If you look at the hierarchy of power, for lack of a better expression, you'll see that those, for example, you'll find that both black men and black women have had injustice, have experienced injustice, right? They understand what it means to be taken advantage of, and so on and so on and so on. But black men seem to not understand what that means for the group that is the black women, that they have further experience injustice because they are women. But that intersectionality gap that black men are experiencing, they can't have. Obviously, guys, I don't have to say some, not all. You know, you guys are up there enough to understand what I mean. But there's this lack of empathy for the planet. And so because we tend to, and sometimes even women do the same thing to children, which is a group that is further disadvantaged than black women. So it's black men, black women, and then black babies are further disadvantaged. Black women sometimes are oblivious to the fact that black babies are further disadvantaged, and they become perpetrators of injustice on black babies. So because we keep doing this thing, we are no better than who we call our oppressor, because we oppress those who have less power than us. So we have to own these things, and so that we can move from the position of the victims or the people who are being done bad things to, because we are the doers of the bad things, and we hold up these systems that do bad things. I think that's what I wanted to say. If you want to create a different way of being, create different ways of being, we have to own our part in the systems that currently exist. I think Ngzoma host, I have the curse of pattern recognition, right? And so umhlangano uyangicika ngubona ekuseni nje. So shisho ngubona umhlangano ebese ngiyacikeka. There are people who are running board farms into lives with several accounts, gifting themselves and wanting to hoard the attention and so on and distract their life. I see those things, and unfortunately, I don't have patience allocated for that nonsense. Unfortunately, ngathi ngifuze makhali lapha vele ukuthi nje ngidonsa inkembe ngihlakaze yonke lento, but-ke ngiyabonga.
I understand. I understand. But usanje nawe usiletha ligodo kimi ngabona ngathi ufuna kuhlakaza-ke nyalo, ufuna kuhlakaza sekeme kancane. No, I understand your majesty. And thank you for your submission. And Riati Leopard let's go about black babies being the worstest test of us all when it comes to privilege. Hey. No. I truly agree with that 100%. True. And for that was for let's because we always say how babies are just babies, and wow. So truly, I truly love that. And also Ash, when you say, oh, by the way, guys, thank you for the gifts. Thank you, Sugu. Thank you, everybody, for the gifts. And thank you for those who are following that at break. Go address Ash, also, Fusi, go happy. Ungamtsheli ukuthi ngiyele kufanele bhadale wena. Hell no. I'm saying that Njengoba usho ukuthi let's own what we created. We are the ones who created the system lesiphila kuyo right now. So let's take accountability ukuthi we created it. So step one, when it comes to le nto bengikhuluma ngayo with egalitarianism, kube kungukuthi the husband uyosebenza, but the system imholele two ma-incomes depending on ukuthi make unani and babe unani. But ke vele siyabhutsa here. But it may happen if singabhutsa enough, if we can trim enough. So yeah, ungabese ke soya kuhabi uyothi habi badala me. No, we're not saying that. We're saying the system should give hubby
Hawu
to
kanti mina sengibuya kuwe ngithi hayi ndoda kufuna ungilungisele
way. Where? I'm surely happy. No, not happy. It's the system that we created. It should give back to us. We created it. It should give back to us. So yes. Shame guys. Oh, ad break. So everybody who's watching here, if you like speaker les kulmago here, please do gift the speaker if you know Emma gifts. If you don't have a Emma gifts, just click on the cube speaker, and then on your left you'll see the profile picture speaker. Just press on that profile picture, and then after you've pressed the profile picture on your right, you will see tiny heart there. Just tap it until it's in 99 plus. If you tap it enough, that will be equals to a gift. So yes, let's go. And then another one is, if you want to be notified whenever we're live and you want us to form a TikTok bond, just click on that peach thing or a heart or a bum next to my name. Click on it, and then it will prompt you to send a heart me. We'll send that heart me, and then we would have created a TikTok bond. So when I'm live, you'll be notified, and when you're live, I'll be notified because of that heart me bond. You'll get also to enjoy these exclusive stickers. Lohle ubabona bawasenda labalabana beam next to their name. So have your own beam. Yibane beam, let's see well with exclusive stickers after you have pressed that heart next to my name and sent their heart me. Boom. So yes, our next speaker is JMK. Over to your majesty. Please summarize. And then after JMK, it's our Smaki. Let's do this, guys. Woohoo. Thank you for the gifts, by the way, guys.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the gifts. I would like to leave these words with the listeners, and as well as myself, to say that I believe that I'm in the company of healers, builders, as well as teachers, and human greatness as it is supposed to be in its raw sense and core. Don't forget that is it. It is who it is that you are, and what you are, and who you are. And also I'd like to address ourselves as women. Sometimes you need to just be in the position of a portal that you are, especially when it comes to the child that you birth. You can birth something that is greater than yourself, but it is going to be totally beneficial to even yourself and the bloodline, the family, the community, the world, the globe at large, from the cosmos to the astrology, to all the elementals and everything that creation actually does represent. So I think sometimes we need to step out of the titles that we are titled by this earth, and remember that sometimes you were just merely a portal, a vessel of being that had to bring forth what it is, a beautiful fruit that you brought forth, which was formulated out of the bedrock of love, irrespective of whether it is that love was even recognized in the making, the conception of this fruit. So sometimes let us learn as portals to be but mere portals, and trust that our guardianship does have where it needs to stop, and the journey that the soul that you brought on has to go further and become greater, because you are part of the book, that this book that will be unfolding in life and being read by multitudes of people will be representing for even yourself. Thank you so much.
Wow. Summary today, see, we are all talking about consciousness. Let's be conscious of what we do, take accountability, and then everything will just align. Ooh, Love it. Love it, you guys. Osmaki, over to you, Your Majesty.
Oh my goodness, such beautiful messages today. Oh my, I don't know. I'm excited. Somebody earlier said that they feel like a child in a candy store. I resonate with that. Today has been so much blissful, and I appreciate you, my host, and everyone on the panel. Okay, as I summarize, I'd like to say, before we attend to others and their things, please be present to yourself. Attend to your thoughts. Discard what doesn't serve you. Honor your heart by being you and nothing else. As you say you are, we've been told, please be mindful. And yes, and a big yes. Emotions are just energy in motion. They communicate to the universe, and that then meets you where you are. And then based on the topic and the number of things that you've listed there, those are just things, as well as places and people. We give labels to them. So in everything that you do, as we are being aligned, we are being awakened, we are remembering, and we're getting enlightened. Let's change the spell behind the words, or the negative connotation to these things, and just blossom in the world of knowing. I thank you, my host. I thank you so much. That's it for me.
Wow. Where are my hands? Amazing. Yeah, there was you guys. Every time you join, I'm like nothing but like a kid in a candy store, because I know it's wow. I'm gonna gain knowledge, because I come here, I submit what I have received. I'm just only a tiny piece in a very vast puzzle. So I know when I put my piece right here, awusimakhe chamkani yakhe 10 Mr. LJ, mina mgobozi, Ashley, Sugu, JMK, nasichamuka together in as much as singeke size formulate the whole puzzle, because phela vele it takes a lot of us to put the whole puzzle, but at least ugcine soyibona the picture ukuthi hi man, this we're going somewhere with this. It's a tree, in as much as asiyiboni lokhu sisime kuphi, but it's a tree. So yeah, I really I get excited, because I know what I'm going to learn, I'm going to grow, and you guys, you guys are really doing it. Yes, we become so excited. True, Mother Nature. True. True. Your Majesty, Mina Mkopozi, over to you. And also, oh, by the way, guys, if you didn't catch this live, nayisaqala or mina nje I for one bebusy kakhulu in between, ngayiva nje at all submission at 10 Mr. LJ, and it was powerful. So if you didn't catch it early or khona lokumisishile, don't worry, just go to my bio and you'll find a link there to my YouTube channel, and then I save these lives there. So yeah, don't be afraid. Now Mrs. Sheila Jenna, just know what you'll catch it on YouTube. Link in bio. Yes. Your Majesty, Mina, over to you.
Asibonge sibingelele ekhaya nina bendalo uzomkhulu nina bumakade bekhona nina loku nikhona eniyohlezi nikhona nina bomazidala bomazandisa bomazinabisa izinhlondlo zangempela ezidlondlobala ubusuku nemini ngithi ngibonge nami ithuba nami ngumuntu obambekile. I'm not very well collected namhlanje. Ngisekhaya nezingane ziyangidonsa ziyangibiza ngapha nangapha, mangiphuma ezinye ziyangilandela. So ngizama ukubaleka. Hayi kodwa ingxoxo ngizwile ihambe kamnandi kakhulu. Yiyo futhi eyenza ukuthi ngingene noma sengibona ukuthi kuyavalwa, kodwa ke Mina ngizokhothelela amabhodo kwalokho ebekuphekwa. Ngikhushula kakhulu lana indaba yezingane. Bakithi. Mina ke kulolu hambo ukuze ngifike la ngikhona ngihanjiswa yikona kahle kahle lokho okwezingane. Ngibonile nga-experience ukuhlukumezeka kwezingane nokulala kwabazali. Ukuhlukumezeka kwezingane ikona okwenza ukuthi thina sihlukumezeke. We are the result of our ukukhula kwethu. Abazali bethu bebengazi kusalele kukunye. Lokho kuzokubuyisela futhi kulento bikhulunywa ngubaba Mr. LJ. This is one thing. It's one thing, continuous thing, but now it has reached the end of it. And akufanelanga thina sihambise ngobulili ngoba ubulili noma ukuhlukanisa kahle kahle yonke into akulungile. Yonke into kufanele siyikhulume as one. Ngoba impikiswano ezikhona umhlaba wonke jikelele kwenziwa ukwehlukanisa izinto kanti yonke into ikhona iyo injalo. Lokuthi ufuna ukuhlukanisa ngobulili kube khona abesifazane kube khona abesimame kwenza ukuthi i-third eye yakho noma umoya ungaboni la uyakhona uyalahleka. I-third eye ayisaboni because sibheke kakhulu ungaphansi kwengqondo lapho kukhona khona imfundiso eziningi ezihlukahlukene ezinye zikisa le ezinye zikisa le kodwa kayikho ekudonsela kuwena ukuze wonke umuntu nolalele ongekho kuphanele ukuze ufake iskero uyinqamule lento enomsilo omude singawuboni ukuthi uqalapi. Qala ngawe wena uzikhumbule wena nokukhula kwakho nazo zonke ihibe nengqinamba ondlule kuzona. Ilaphi isolution ikhona. Looking at yourself, looking at your children, seeing yourself in your children is seeing you still. Would you like you to experience what you have experienced before? Ingakho kudingeka umsamo. Manje sesivusa imisamo ke manje sesindlulile kwi-awakening. Sisemsamo manje. Uma uthi ungena eguqeni, uguqa sithandaze. Irondo. Ungena lapho uyakhothama uzikhothamela wena ngoba akekho khona phakathi kuyoba uwe wokuqala lapho uyothuma ukhuluma nayo yonke le chain oyiyona. Uma ukhuluma nale chain oyiyona ukhuluma nabo bonke bakini. We bringing the memories together now. Siletha sisondeza bonke bakithi manje kuthina. We bringing closure. Ubuhlungu esindlule kubona ngoba mawuthi uyabuka ayikho ingane engakhulanga kabuhlungu kuze sibe khona la kule level esikuyona. Manje thina bakithi before ngisho kuningi kunalento leyo ukuthi there's a past kukhona imandulo kukhona ini o 1960 bani o 1950. Mina ngisasho namanje iyasidida umqondo leyo nto leyo ngoba konke kwenzekile whether uyawufaka unyaka noma ufaki okusalayo kwenzekile kodwa uma ukhumbula zonke izinto ezibhlungu ezikwenzakalele empilweni uzikhuluma nala siya confessa lana siyaphola siyabhodla yonke into uyakhipha ngendlela okhipha noma ungakhipha ngaphezulu noma ungakhipha ngaphansi kukwena kodwa uma kulokhu kuphuma ilapho uphola khona. Ukuphola kwakho ukuba ne better experience of what you have gone through and ayikho mistake lapho bakithi alikho iphutha endleleni okhule ngayo. Akekho umuntu ongamsola noma ungasola kuze kuyophela 10 years 20 years 50 years that is with you, is within you, uhamba nayo la uhamba khona. Lo muntu omsolayo uyikhululekele futhi ngenzeka ukuthi uphila kangcono kunawe. Kodwa ke wena uloko uhold ama grudge inside your heart. Indlela okhule ngayo, okhuliswe ngayo. Mawuqaqa lawo mafindo lawo, uyakubona ukukhululeka, uyakuthola ukuthula, uyayibona intokomalo einganeni zakho neingane zomakhelwane la uhamba khona, ingane ziyakunamathela ngoba usufana nazo, uhlambulukile wena. Yona inhlambuluko yangempela. Naloku ukuthi ukhulume nabantu bakini, ukhulume ngabantu bakini, ukhumbula izinto ezenzekile, you bring them closer. Those memories will act on you because we live to remember. But-ke ingane zihlukumezekile, masingaqhubi lento ukuthi siqhubezele einganeni zethu ukuthi nazo zi-experience lento si-experiencile. Stop to say, nathi sakhula kanjena, sakhula sishawa, sakhula singenakudla. That was then. Omama bakho, it was you growing. Ubaba wako, umkhulu wako, it was you in another level, in another dimension. Now you are the better version of all of them. And wena usekugcineni manje, without mina nawe esikhona namhlanje esikule level esikuyona, without us acting on this ngoba siyabona, siyowenza ukuthi lento iqhubeke ibambe ingane zethu. Lento ye-gender base yohlezi khona, lento yokubandlulula ukuthi hayi umntana kamakhelwane mphakele kancane, uthola isitshe esincane umphakele kusona. Hayi iapula hlukanisa lapha amaphisi amabili, ukhipha iphisi eyodwa kuleli linye umnika umntana kamakhelwane. That is a curse. You are curse. Ayikho into engenziwanga yithi einganeni. Ayikho into engenziwanga yithi kuthina. Yonke into. Yabona kunalento engiyithandile amagama kuthiwa yini? Accountability. Oh man, you heal. If you understand what accountability is, it means now once you admit the accountability, you are accepting the journey of not blaming who and what. Lokho kuyokukhulisa ukuthi yonke into uyibuke from you before uphumela phandle. Kanti uma senze njalo, yonke lento le esikhuluma ngayo namhlanje, yo patriarchy, yo religion, tradition and culture, iyozilungela, iyoqonda yona. Ngoba inkinga ikuthina emlomeni wethu, engqondweni yethu, enhlizweni yethu, nokuthi yini esifakayo kuthina. Because masilokhu sikhuluma nge-education kuba ngathi sigxeka ngendlela ezimbi. Kanti cha, thina sifuna umuntu angene kuyena, angene endumbeni yakhe, angene emsamo, ababone bonke ubabize. Labo ongabakhumbuli, buzo omama, buzo ogogo, buzo umakhelwane ukuthi umama niphila nayo. Lokho futhi kuyakwenza ukuthi uhlangane, uxhumane naye umakhelwane ngenye indlela eyisimanga, ibond iyakhula. Uma wayephila njani, ubaba wayephila njani, ugogo wayephila njani, umkhulu babehlala kuphi ngasiphi isikhathi, yonke lento uyayihlanganisa, iyazizela. The more you try to remember is the more you remember. Other than uthola ama-illusions avele ebantwini abazokubhalela incwadi ukuthi hayi omama bakho babehlala kuphi ngo-1960 bani. You can't go to that 1960, but all is in you. You just need to remember. You need that body, that somebody ozokwazi ukuthi naye abe ingxenye yakho yokuthi uhlanganise lama-puzzle. Once uhlanganisa lama-puzzle, yophola amanxeba, kuyosuka yonke lento yo religion, because umuntu uma esezitholile akasiboni isidingo sokuyoyifuna ku-religion. Asilwi nomuntu, silwa nento engaphakathi komuntu, nokusiza umuntu ukuthi ayiyeke lento, unplug kule system, aziconnecte yena self, asebenzise ubuyena. Ubabu LJ uyishilo lento ukuthi you are the energy. Use you instead of giving yourself out for the people to use you, because if you can't use yourself, definitely somebody will use you. You can't run away. If you use you, then nobody has a chance of tapping into you, into that energy, because the energy is moving, is busy. and is recognizing itself. So iyangithinta kakhulu bakithi into yeingane, because mina ngifike ekugcineni lapho sengikhumbula khona almost yonke into. Saturday bengisekhaya ngikhumbuza ogogo nomalume ukuthi konke lokhu ebenisenza khona siyakukhumbula, kodwa ke ngoba siya realize ukuthi nani beningazi, siyanikhulula ningaloko nibambe inhliziyo nithi nasihlukumeza, ngoba manje siyabathanda, kunzima ukuthi babhekane nathi. Siyabathanda, sibenzela yonke into esikhona ukubenzela yona, siyabasiza nakwezomoya, kodwa ke banalento yovalo yokusaba ukuthi lona ngamhlukumeza. Hey, kazi uyabona noma kaboni, hey uyakhumbula noma kakhumbuli, uyamhlukumeza lowo muntu, umkhulule ukuze nawe uzokhululeka, ngoba the more umbambile yangihlukumeza lenja, isafari is the more you suffer wena, because that is you, is the reflection of you. Okubona komunye umuntu kukhona ngaphakathi kwena, ku-clear out. Uzobona kusasa mawufika na uyombona ngismile, hawu uqaqekile lo muntu, ne-complexion iyabuya, nomzimba uyakhululeka, namehla ayagezeka, even nokumela ekudeni nawe usekafuna ukuma la eduze kwakho. Uyabona ukuthi lento iyalunga masiyithatha sonke siyilungisile thina sibakhulu kanje, sibadala enyameni, sindlulisela einganeni. Umhlaba wonke kule generation ebuyayo ezoqala phansi ezayo, because badala labantu laba ebezemuva kwethu. Yilapho kufanele thina sisekugcineni, thina sifana nani nengaphakathi nengaphandle lomnyango. You are on the line. Uyazibona ukuthi ngiphuma endlini noma ngingena endlini. Uma uphuma endlini kusho ukuthi khona la ubuya khona. Uma uphuma endlini kukhona la uya khona. Uma uzongena khona la uphuma khona, khona la ungena khona. Ihlezi njalo, is the touch line. So don't cross this line nalezinto onazo zamagrudge, nezokuhlukumeza ingane, ungafuna ukwazi ngengane, ufuna uku-expect ukuthi ingane ibe ne-level of thinking that you have. And when instead you need to learn ilanguage yengane, not the other way around. Ingane yona izoziketchapela yona ilanguage yala emhlabeni, kodwa wena you need to learn ilanguage yengane, you need to learn ilanguage yenkomo, yembuzi, yenja, yenkukhu. Bakhulume nawe, ubabize inkukhu zisondele la zizodla, ubambe family meeting nazo. Lapho you will know ukuthi you are pure. But as long as sisafuna ukuseparate izinto, ukhona omnyama, khona omhlophe, khona umZulu, khona umXhosa, khona umfazi, khona indoda, khona igay, khona lesbian. Bagithi. Uthi Isaac Hayes, the more you wiggle, the deeper you sink. Ngiyathokoza ithuba nami. Hlale phansi. Makwande.
Mina, Your Majesty. Angiyathi ngisini ke emva kwalokho. Guys, suku Your Majesty. Over to you. You can see the topic. Ngiyadla ukuthi uphutile kungena, but I know you. Yes, analyze it, Your Majesty. Over to you.
Khalil. You know, before when I got here, I was just saying to myself, okay, fine. We're late. I'm not sure what this patriarchal religion tradition. You want to speak about it as individual. But after Ula's caller, the one that I respect with everything in my heart, ekhulume wathi ngabantwana jo, yes, when it comes to abantwana labo gogo, they are very, very close to my heart. But in your forgiveness, forgiveness, I learned it after a while. ukuthi if you don't forgive, you are hurting yourself, and you are giving that person you are not forgiving control. Because that person, when now palpitations, uzoba labo gastro, you have almost everything because you can't forgive. And I'm not gonna sit here and just say forgive, but it's a journey. So when I'm working, you need to know the concept. It's okay, fine. Forgiveness doesn't mean come back. I mean, Bacon of Light, you were there that day when I was speaking, but Watolo a bit about me. So if we are going to say, okay, so you went through this trauma, these people I remember when I was young. You are young, you think, if I grow up and this thing, ngiyenze so ngibathi lami ngizithi angifuni ukukhuluma ku-TikTok kakhulu. But I was young. But as I grew up, no, I'm not that kind of person. So if ungumuntu, don't allow anyone to change you. Just be you. Yes, it's a process, ungathini, but just know a concept of forgiveness. It's like drinking poison to spite somebody else. They're saying, boy, because I normally like to refer to myself because I'm not a saint. Foundation, let's talk about it because they sing a kulumi. So when he spoke about abantwana, yeah, you can't say uti tinasakula sinjalo. That's the reason that let's talk about it because growing up, we couldn't talk. We were seen but not heard. Growing up, our parents, bayenza izinto zokuthi yobusithi if only but then you get to the extent of they didn't know. Who am I to judge umuntu mayengela knowledge? Lami ngikhulile because of such and such and such. Lami ngikwanisile ukuba trauma yathena ukuthi ngibe nje. So ama-parents ngawethu bayenzile ama-mistakes abo, but wena usitshela ukuthi I'm not gonna make that mistake. That's why ungabona ku-foundation yami kugcwele abo-youths. Mina every child baze bangibize Mother Teresa, but I don't mind. Wonke umntwana mlungu mkharati what ngithatha njengomntana. I cannot treat omunye umntwana ngithi lwana or ngijudge omunye umntwana omunye umama ngithi awazi ukukhulisa abantwana that's why umntana akho enje because I've come through it. There's always a reason behind my actions. Yabo, sometimes abazali we are not approachable. And umntana says sika ikuthini I'm hurting or I need attention. Say endaweni ezingekhoyo. Asiboni ukuthi lathi by so doing we are repeating the same mistakes as sitting sisola abadala bethu but in a different way. Abantwana, if we say ngazalwa nginjalo, can you not be that person who break? I always say, I'm breaking that thing about hurt people. I say hurt people, help people. Because you are compassion. You know the pain. You won't want to exert pain. Same thing, wakhula ungakwanisi lokho abantwana bakho bengakwanisi. So mina, as I say, ama-teenagers, abantwana laba bakhule bencane mina vele bebekwazi auntie Sue. Some of them khathesi bangabo-GP, they are part of my foundation. Am I perfect? No. But ngabona ama-lessons ukuthi I wouldn't want my kids to go through what I went through. So I'm protector, siyakhuluma nge-life, siyakhuluma nge-mental health, siyakhuluma nge-abuse. And ungabuya most of the times ungabuya kuma-events ami kugcwele bona. There are so many kids. I remember my last party la. Wonke umntwana, my daughter was introduced. I'm Valentine. I'm Sue's first daughter. Ngiyakutshela kwabale queue abanye bebe. Oh, I'm Auntie Sue's second daughter. They feel they are my children. Why? Because you need to change. I swear that people who break that thing iliyani bond ye anger yokuthi angizingeni umntwana so wami umntwana lwana uthi nxa ngezwa right umntwana lwana nguwakho lawo hayi nana right okay okay sizawuhambisa maybe kumzali wakho or whatever ikhona ukuchiya umntwana you can see umntwana is distressed something is happening and you're saying akusokwama ngikungena and then next thing you are using that same mouth to open prayer, to open ngene endumbeni yakho ukuthi ngizibisa ngokuzehlisa ngokuzithoba. How? When you've seen umntwana, because I believe once you see it, you're already in it. So sometimes as people, siyakhula koko. We are growing. That's why everybody has a story. Be kind to everyone. You don't need a degree ukuba lobuntu. You don't need a degree ukwazi ukuthi you know one thing. Nangu ugogo lo, but ugogo lo is carrying heavy loads. Let me help carry her bags. You don't need a degree ukuthi beacon of lighting with social media. Kulo muntu who's saying nasty things about somebody, body shaming, and then la uyabhala again you are laughing. You are already part of that. So we need to know ukuthi I-culture ikhona esaphuma kiyo. Are we there to change it? Change it in a way we are not judging. We are not saying, you couldn't do it, I'm doing it. No, you are doing it in a humble and respectable way with dignity. So ngiyabona sibili kulabo religion, but nanhle ngathi hayi mina I will stick on the children, because those children nxa ukhulisa i-generational case lezo bathi wena nguwe oyithini oyibreakayo, because our children labana nxa befuthule with love, bekhule with the way which I can speak and I can know my mistakes. I can say, my mom can say sorry. Oh, my mom for this. Oh, thank you. You know what? Love, where they go, they are spreading that. So no, that thing yokuthi hayi nasatha sikhula thina sasidla lokho, thina sikhuluma mama ongekutsho lokho engakutshayo. And another thing, I'm against physical. Anyali ukuthi umntwana kakhuzwa. But sometimes siyagijimela physical lokushouta. And then ushouta le mntwana akazwanga lutho. How about uzondile ukhame nxa esekhona simbuza simtshela? Yeah, kunamanye ama-instance ukuthi it's really uyadosa kuphandle, but nxa umntwana ekuzondisile, don't bring it ukuthi an anger, ukushouta, hey mina I'm fed up. No, calm yourself down, then afterwards uyakhuluma. We have different ways of dealing with children, and I believe everyone lapha esikhona ulalo uthando lwabantwana. But all I'm saying is abantwana laba, they're gonna be who we want them to be. Nxa wena usithi ubabona phandle laphana, wena uhleka omunye umuntu ucriticize, ukhuluma okubi ngabo, labo they'll grow to be like that. But nxa batshengisa ukuthi spread love, be nice, be kind, they will do it without telling them. I know I took a lot of time, but I'm sorry. Ngiyaxolisa, ithini ngimi.
Oh, no, you didn't take a lot of time, Your Majesty. You took enough time. Wow. Powerful, powerful. And I think Kona Ausmakila Palela Pendas is just echoing what you were saying. Because the only prayer deserving an answer is your frequency. Words are worthless and deceiving. It's echoing what His Majesty Mina and Your Majesty Sugu Lenketsa Kusho just now. Lokuthi, do what's right. Do it, action, 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 intention, intention, intention. Ungakhuluma all you like, but if your actions and your intentions are not on the right place, go dig, go dig. So yeah, truly, guys, I truly appreciate your submissions. Niangaka, as we move along, niangaka, like I'm like, yes, yes, yes. 10, Mr. LJ. Please summarize, and then after you, we go to Siafela, and then I will say my last words. Yes, yes, yes. Go, 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 Your Majesty.
Tobela. Gratole ba batho ba botlhe man. Thank you, family. Let's keep spreading our good news. And yeah, Mina, thank you very much. Thank you, Jemima. Kana Jemima, you are called who here? I forgot. But yeah, she's my neighbor, JMK. So yes, guys. I think it is clear that we now understand that what we are is a combination of experiences. You are not the first, you are a continuation. Let me put it this way. We are running with different software of previous generations and so on. Some data is corrupted, it needs to be corrected and so on. But understand that emotionally, this is how you move. We don't move mentally per se, but emotionally. With your emotions, you are able to go back to 1950, even last year. Hence why when you remember something and you move there with your emotions, it becomes alive. that pain is resurrected because you have brought it to life. So when we understand that with our emotions, that's how we tap into different softwares or experiences, then we are going to use our emotions wisely and correctly. Things like your for unforgiveness and forgiving. The story that Mina shared now, that some people needs to be released and so on. Understand that you have to clear your emotional state, and when you clear your emotional state, you are able to connect with different generations because there is so much information and so much energy. Remember, energy cannot be destroyed, it can only change form. So the moment we understand that, okay, we have to clear our emotions because our emotions is like the movement between different realms and different timelines. So when we tune in their presence, we are able to reflect without judgment and condemnation. It's like, for instance, I was sharing this with a friend. Sometimes I would go to where my father grew and my grandfather. I would ask, where were they? Where's my family? I'll go there, go with grocery just to see how they react when they have food, when they have booze, when they are happy, when they are sad. It's like I would watch them with this thing out here. I want to see how I am acting, because obviously we are running in different software. The moment we understand that your time, your lineage, their behavior, how they were seeing things, you can learn from that and you can correct it. If you don't know, it's like you allow yourself to see yourself outside of yourself by observing your family members. Okay, when they are angry, this is how they are. When they are happy, this is how they are. Perhaps this is how I'm also acting, and you start being observant from the deep. So in my closure, guys, I just wanted to emphasize on this point that yes, let's break the ice that they have given us of religion. Let's move from there. Let's go inside in the stillness where we let go of attachments, where we understand who we are deep inside, and use our emotional intelligence to move in the past, to move in different timelines, to get the information that we need. When you are in that state without judgment, you can talk to your people, and you can get information. You can even I remember there was a time when I talked to anger. I talked to anger. I said, you know what? Um, my uncle, my so and so family members from this side, they have this anger, and I knew that sometimes that anger, I could experience it as well. And I didn't have any attachment. I asked myself, okay, how am I going to control this anger because it's in my timeline, and where does it come from? I got the answer where the anger comes from, and I also got an answer how to use that anger. Because you see, these are some of the things that, because of religion, when you see anger, you think it's a bad thing. Not all the time. There is a time where you need anger to crash, but you can't stay there. It's like you. Some people are bulldozers. Some people need to crack things, and some people, because some people are meant to crack and break, uh, they will go forward and say things that they say. Like, for instance, I know for sure that I prefer breaking things. I hate cages. If you are with me, we think about how to solve and resolve. That's it. I don't have time to, but then it is also necessary where I can meet with Beacon of Light, who's more on love and tenderness, and I have to connect with that. I have to understand that I need this energy because I can't stay in my mode full time. But however, guys, let's observe things without attachment. Let's let go of the spectacles of religion. The truth is within us. We are the yes and the no of the universe. When we allow ourselves to look at things and to observe without attachment, then the more energy we control. So we have energy, but we leak energy because of attachments. When you feel weak, when you feel like your prayers are not answered and things are not going your way, there's nothing wrong with you, just that you are leaking energy. And how to fix energy leakages is through emotions, because with your emotions, when you don't have judgment and attachment, you can observe things for what they are and you can transmute that energy. And during the movement, your blood burns you. The fire is there to consume whatever you need to let go of. Allow it. When you feel sad, sometimes it's okay. Don't look to be happy. Just sit down and ask that sadness. You are here with me. It's been 2 days. What must I learn from you? What do you want to show me? But then what do we do? Because you are sad, you want to entertain yourself. And because you are entertaining yourself, what you are doing, you are breaking that mirror, that reflection that came up. You are breaking it. And when you break it, it's fine. It goes to the back. Again, it asks for attention and you decided not to give it attention. When you are driving somewhere on the road, it will resurface. And when it resurfaces, you are involved in fights that you don't even understand simply because you refuse to listen. So, yes, emotional intelligence is key to even groups like this, what we are discussing. No matter what Beacon of Light teaches me, Mina teaches me, after they teach me, my emotions is the one that will determine what I truly, the frequency, whether I can receive it, I can hold it or not. So, come on, so okay, ke rata ho leboha bahaeso. Thobela Beacon of Light.
Wow, Tobela, Your Majesty, that was so powerful. Loved it, loved it. So you've inspired next week's topic. So next week we are going to be talking about emotional intelligence and also adding a zing of go preventer or protecting our energies to avoid energy leakages. So wow. It was really powerful, amazing. Wow, today you're on fire. 10 Mr. LJ, Your Majesty. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah. And yeah, I loved lana edlalubeke ngayo emotional expression. In fact, nje angingabi delve deep. Shame. See you next week with 10 Mr. LJ. Ube corner, please. Please be there. Please be there because I can see who's here well versed on the
I
topic.
shall be there. I shall be there. No problem.
Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you, thank you.
I'll go stay.
And then
Yes.
to close it off, shame, thank you, thank you. To close it off, Siyafela, Your Majesty, please grace us with your presence and a velocity waka. Close it off, and then I'll then do my goodbyes, and then yes, over to you, Siyafela.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say hello to everybody. Unfortunately, I can see I came late. But I saw the topic. I thought that it was very interesting. I wanted to speak a few points on the topic. I can see that the speakers have moved maybe a few miles off of it by now. And I imagine you guys have been speaking about a lot of different things. So hence, you've moved quite a bit. But I would like to just take it back because I thought of a few things when I saw it. If I'm not mistaken, host, it's regarding a family and whether the system operates. Could you just remind me quickly what it was about again? I just host.
Oh, okay. We're talking generational indoctrination, like patriarchy, religion, tradition, culture, how it's affected maybe you as an individual, society, the family, whatever. Just touch base, just channel whatever you're feeling. Yes, over to
Yes.
you.
I had a few points, so I just wanted you to remind me again what it was about, so I can, because you remember the previous speakers, I got listening to them quite a bit, and yeah, I lost myself a little bit there. Okay, so yeah, with regards to that, yeah, I think that that is a very important point that you've touched upon, because I feel like since we've come into this new world that we find ourselves in, we've disconnected ourselves quite a lot. We find ourselves individually as well as families, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, very disconnected to how things are, because we are fed a narrative of what things should be, whether it be through formal religion. Even our cultures, have been very much affected by formal religion, which sometimes isn't our own, and has since then tainted how our own cultures and our traditions then affect our own personal development, as well as how society is structured at the moment. So these things are very, very difficult to get past, because you see, the thing is, things like patriarchy, I know that the way that it's been painted at the moment, we have the system of equality. It's not a system whereby a government is just saying, let everybody be equal. It's not a system like that. It's much deeper than that. It's fed to us in a very young age, and we are taught the ideals of fairness and all of these things that have nothing to do with reality, of course, because we're not equal in the world. There's no such thing as fairness. Some people are much more physically gifted than others. Some people are much more spiritually gifted than others. Some people are much more intellectually gifted than others. And there's just no fairness. And males and females are worlds apart, but at the same time, they're the same thing. Those things are both equally true. They're worlds apart, and they're the same at the same. And patriarchy has its place in society, just as matriarchy has its place in society, but not just in society, but in yourself as an individual, because individually, whether you're male or you're female, you come from your father's lower area, right? As I'd like to put it in Zulu and Xhosa, because I know it's vulgar in any language, right? But I need to use the word because the word explains a lot. You see? It says isende. Don't look at it. Don't listen to that like that. Look at it as in the road is long. Isende lendlela. So basically, we are coming from a long line of males, right? Whether you're male or female, you're coming from a male who comes from another male. Isende lendlela. So that means that patriarchy has its place. It is very important, just as matriarchy has its place, and it's very important. And we shouldn't ever come to a point whereby where we are trying to dissect these things both on an individual basis as well as on a more spiritual basis, that we try to fight one over the other and say, no, God is a woman. You say, no, God is a man. No, God is both male and female. Credo Muta has this in his book, Indaba, My Children, right? I would like to put a disclosure for those who don't know or who have never heard me say this before. I respect Credo Muta a lot. I feel like he has a lot of great work that he has done. But with any work that I read, even his, I do not take it 100% to say that this is the truth. But there's a story that he does give, which speaks to the beginning of the universe, that Unkulu or Umkulu Unkulu, the highest of the highest, right? Which is God. He was in no physical form, and he spoke, or he created a female, right? Nomkubulwan, and she became the universe, or the mother of the universe, and through her all of creation was created. I'm not going to go into the finite details of everything, of how everything was created and all of that, but the point being, there you are seeing how creation operates, right? God, which is an invisible thing, then speaks into a thing, speaks into Tunam Kubulan, and Tunam Kubulan then births it into reality. So she births the universe because he gave. So he's the idea behind it, and she is the fulfillment of it. Just as how when I get a child, I am the man who's gonna go and I'm gonna court the woman. So in my mind, I have an idea to build a family. So I will go and I'll go to the woman and I'll court her, and through her I will be able then to birth a family, because she will take my idea and bring it into reality, bring about the universe. That is why we say at times that if you want to know the shape of the universe, look at a person, because that is how the universe, as I said, disclaimer again. I'm not saying that this is how I believe the universe was created, but I do believe the story speaks very beautifully to the balance that needs to be had when it comes to creation, or how you deal with spirituality or anything in the universe. That, you know, it is an idea and it needs creation, and there are always two sides to a coin. Nothing just becomes, it needs to first be thought out. I could go on and on and on how dualism or duality or two is one and all of that operates. But that is very important. And we should never allow religion or any one of these systems that have come across to either to sway our mind in either way, to say whether the male is more important or whether the female is more important. Each one needs to play its role, and each one needs to be looked at in their nature. You need to look at a man and his nature, not what you want him to be. Right. And I think that is happening a lot. You know, we want men to be a certain thing, or we have idealistic ideas of what males should be, but men aren't that. Men are not that. They have idealistic things of what women should be, but women aren't that. Women want this. And even women themselves sometimes, even in men, both of us, I would like to say, we idealistically would want to be this thing that is created of us, but that isn't who we are, and we shouldn't operate on things that are beyond our nature, right? That don't allow us to, like, for example, isintu, right? I would like to put it like this: isintu, right? Into is all things, whether it's a thought or living thing or non-living, animate or inanimate or whatever it is. Noba yintoni, into. So isintu. We siyahlonipha, so we will never say isinto. So when we speak about untu, we speak about unto, the all. So we are all. That is why ubuntu is ubuntu, which means that I see you as you are me. You are just me living there, as Umina said very well. You are me and I am you. When you are there, you are living your experience and I'm living my experience. So you must look inside and see who you are at the moment, and what is this person that you are in, and what experience are they looking to have right currently now in this body that they're in, and then fulfill that. It doesn't matter what it is, because tomorrow, right, they will be born and they will do the other thing that they need to be. Not all of us are meant to walk on the same path. Not all of us are meant to be spiritually woke. Not all of us are supposed to be good people. Not all of us. We all here to live whatever we're here to do. And the best thing that you could do is, you know, find out who you are and then align yourself with what you are, right? And remember that, you know, most of our cultures, especially as us as Africans, they were created in such a way that it aligns a person on who they are and how they are supposed to relate to the world and how society is supposed to. So if we as Abantu can just go back to Ubuntu Betu, you know, I think that a lot of things will improve. I know I feel like I rambled on quite a bit here, but I do feel like it's quite a tough subject. But yeah, I just wanted to say my little piece. I know that you guys are finished. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Host, you know, your platform is always brilliant, and it's always great to hear all these wonderful speakers here. Yeah, thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Emergency Fela. Always spitting bars. Next time, Bosha figure. Yes, be on time. 1 p.m. every Monday. So yes. So that you can hear your bars at the beginning and we work from them. Amazing. Shay, my people, thank you for being there. And if you missed a few moments here and there, don't worry, it's saved on YouTube, link in bio. Also, if you want to be notified whenever we're live, just click on that heart next to my name and it will prompt you to send a heart me. Do so, and then you'll be notified whenever I'm live. My lives will be prioritized on your For You page, whatever you choose to call it. Yes, so now I think today what we just learned accountability, forgiveness, and what? I had the notes in my head. But yeah, it's just accountability and forgiveness and just knowing where you come from. So yeah, I feel like if you just carry that in your bag of wisdom, you'd be good, because patriarchy won't bother you, religion won't be a factor, tradition and culture will be a non-starter in your life because you know who you are. You know where you come from, you know what you want. The external environment doesn't bother you that much. It's only a byproduct of your internal environment. And forgiveness. But first, accountability. Take accountability of the fact that you're the one who created the system. Yes, it might not be you personally, as in the you that is currently living in this era, but if your grandparents who were living before the what is it called? This era about 2000s, what? Yeah, before this era, it's okay, it's fine. They created it for a specific purpose. It was for your own good. They were trying to create a template for you to walk on a paved path, on a road that has been already tarred. However, as eras evolve, we tend to be like, nah, that's not what I want. And we start shifting the blame to them. Why did they even do it like this? Forgetting that they were doing it to benefit our lives, for our benefit, so that we can walk on an already paved template. So yeah, let's just take accountability that whatever system is in play is here because we created it out of trying to make life easier. And then we forgive our past selves for creating such systems. Forgive the next person. Forgive the system upholders, the people who are still propelling the system even though it's still not fair. Let's forgive them and focus on what we want. Let's create. It's all in the mind. The matrix is just in the mind. We're creating the matrix with our mental vibrations. Let's change our mental vibrations. Let's change our thoughts and intentions into what we want. It begins with you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being there. If you missed anything, just go over to the link on my bio and watch it there. So now, thank you, guys. See you next
Ah,
week, same
okay.
time.
Sorry,
Yes, let's
sorry,
go.
sorry, sorry, sis. Sorry, Deacon. There is OPK wanted Betty can tell me about the experience and what you do, but I just thought, okay, it's just when but as I said, I raise awareness on abuse and mental health. I speak about mental health. I don't know. There's so many things I do, but I just felt maybe when you can explain more, because young mas became a light. It became a light. What we are doing is we are talking about things that mostly say it's an elephant in the room, and we support and this supportana. Like I'm here, do lives. Maybe one day you might know more. Cause Guneng, I'm not ignoring you. I just tried to type, but I couldn't.
Yes, true, Your Majesty. I hope BK is still there. I hope Usase con. But yeah, basically she's just a mental health professional. She does everything mental health. But do follow her. do follow her, BK. She is sometimes live here and there. Yeah, just to raise awareness. And also, I'm going to text you, Your Majesty Subu, just now. I need your services, but then no, I'll DM you just now. My people, see you next week, Monday, 1 p.m. Bye,
Thank
everybody.
you. Bye.